We are glad that you're joining us this afternoon. And currently what you're seeing on your screens, that is the National Assembly chambers. Inside the chambers, members have already begun streaming in, of course, to get ready for the business that is lined up for transaction this afternoon. The Speaker's procession is expected also to make its way into the chamber at around 2:30. And as we wait for that and also more members to be able to get to the chambers, remember, for the House to commence, as provided for in the House Standing Order, is that at the time the prayer is said and the chair taken, at least 50 members should be in the chambers for the House to be deemed to have quorated. So this is the time that the members should also be making their way inside ahead of the Speaker's procession. But as we wait for that, we shall take a look at the business that the members will be considering this afternoon as they convene for this sitting. Now, you will recall that last week on Thursday, the President of the Republic of Kenya, His Excellency President William Samoei Ruto, delivered the State of the Nation address in Parliament in a joint sitting. And as is provided for in the law, is that Parliament has to consider or debate that address. On Tuesday afternoon sitting, that is yesterday, the 25th, the National Assembly began day one of their consideration and debate on the President's address. This morning sitting also marked day two of that particular business. In this afternoon, the priority business that is in the order paper is still debate on the President's address, marking day three. This is pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 26, paragraph 6, that the thanks of the House be recorded for the exposition of public policy contained in the address of His Excellency the President that was delivered in Parliament on Thursday, the 20th of November 2025. The reports that were submitted to Parliament were already laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, the 25th of November 2025, that is during the afternoon sitting. And of course, debate on this address already began. This afternoon will be marking the day three of the debate. If they manage to conclude today, after 3 days, they will move on to the next business. However, if they do not manage, perhaps this may spill over to day 4 in the consideration or in the debate on the President's address. It is 2:30. I can see the members upstanding, and of course some activity at the entrance. That is a signal that the procession already has made its way into the chamber. The Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly, Honorable Gladys Boss, has made her way inside the chamber to preside over this afternoon sitting. Allow me to hand you over to this broadcast brought to you by PBU in partnership with KBC. Good afternoon.
Honorable members, let us pray. Almighty God, who in your wisdom and goodness have appointed the offices of leaders and parliaments for the welfare of society and the just government of the people, we beseech you to behold with abundant favor as your servants whom we have been pleased to call to the performance of important trusts in this republic. Let your blessings descend upon us here assembled, and grant that we treat and consider all matters that shall come under our deliberation in so just a faithful a manner as to promote your honor and glory, and to advance the peace, prosperity, and welfare of our country and of those whose interests you have committed to our charge. Amen. Sajida Tams, ring the quorum bell for 10 minutes.
The prayer has been said and the chair taken, but there is a quorum hitch at the commencement of the House. The Speaker has directed that the quorum bell be rung for 10 minutes as provided for in the House Standing Order number 34. So that means that the commencement of the House will wait until that quorum is raised. The business that is lined up for consideration will start, of course, immediately after that quorum is raised. But as we can see, members are streaming in. In a short while, we believe that that quorum will be raised and the House will, without any further delay, begin the consideration of the business that has been slated to be transacted this afternoon. And the priority business, which is the only business, is resumption or continuation of the debate on the President's address this afternoon, marking day 3 on the debate by the members of the National Assembly. The President delivered the State of the Nation address in Parliament last week on Thursday, the 20th of November 2025, and immediately this week the members have begun debating that particular address, weighing in on some of the message, the contents of the bill. The President, in his address, delivered a wide range of issues, including, or rather reviewed his administration's record, also acknowledged challenges that have so far been faced, also include the setbacks as well, and also set out a bold roadmap for future development. Some of the areas that are, or the sectors that the President indicated have made progress include the agriculture and food security sector. The President indicating that the strategic decisions that were made much earlier by his government, including subsidizing production rather than consumption, have made or have contributed to the positive records that have been seen in the agricultural sector, indicating that that particular shift has significantly stabilized the agricultural sector and also bolstered food security across the country. The President also noted progress on the healthcare sector, describing it as a top priority, where significant reforms have already taken root, highlighting the sharp rise in the number of Kenyans covered by the Social Health Authority, which he indicated that currently stands at 27 million, more than 3 times the peak reached by the former National Hospital Insurance Fund, formerly referred to as, or commonly referred to as, NHIF. The President also hailed the trajectory the country's economy is taking, more so regarding the inflation, where he says there has been successful efforts to bring the inflation under control, making comparison between the year 2022 and this year 2025, indicating that the year 2022 it stood at 9.6% and has steadily declined to 4.6%. That is as of last month. And also describing it as a thing that has had a significant relief for households struggling with a high cost of living. This also being linked to the stability of the Kenyan shilling that had been in a downward spiral, and that which has now steadied at around 130, 129 to the US dollar for nearly 2 years. Some of the other sectors that the president also indicated that they have shown progress was the education, which he termed it as the great equalizer, indicating that one of the earliest interventions that the government put in place was to restore education as the great equalizer through the student central funding model that includes scholarships and loans. Also, the matter regarding teacher shortage was one of the issues that he indicated have been addressed. It has been a long-standing matter, and also revealing that his administration has hired around 76,000 teachers to date, with also an additional 24,000 that are or that the government is planning to recruit by January 2026. This is the National Assembly proceedings. If you're just joining us, that the House is about to commence. There is a quorum hitch. That is why we can see members who are inside the chamber not settled yet. It is a quorum bell that is underway, just to alert the members who may be within the precincts of Parliament but yet to make their way into the chamber to at least hasten their steps and join their colleagues inside the chamber and enable the House attain or raise that much needed quorum. Remember, the prayer has already been said and the chair taken. As you can see, the speaker already at her position. However, the lack of the quorum has made the House not to commence yet, as provided for in the House Standing Order number 34. At least 50 members should be in the chamber at the time the prayer is said and the chair taken. If that fails, then that will mean that the House has not quorated and cannot commence. And that will mean that the quorum bell be rung. That is the first round of the quorum bell, a 10-minute quorum bell, for the members to be able to get to the chambers. Once that quorum is raised, then the House will, without any further delay, commence. The time allocated for the sitting is 2:30. It's now 10 minutes past. And if the quorum bell lapses, that is the 10-minute quorum bell lapses and the quorum is still not raised, a further 5-minute quorum bell will be on. But if the House fails to raise the quorum at the lapse of the second round of the quorum bell, that is the 5-minute quorum bell, then the House will be adjourned until the next sitting. However, with the business that is slated for consideration this afternoon, the members cannot fail to show up. Remember, this is an opportunity for all the members to be able to weigh in on the President's address that was delivered in Parliament on Thursday, that is last week Thursday, the 20th of November. That is the sole business being the priority business for
Sergeant at Arms, you may stop the quorum bell. First order.
Order number 1, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair. Order number 3, messages. Order number 4, petitions. Order number 5, papers.
Honorable Pukose, proceed on behalf of the Majority Leader.
Honorable Speaker, on behalf of the Majority Leader, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Wednesday, 26 November 2025, afternoon sitting. 1. Reports of the Auditor General and the financial statements for the year ended 30th June 2025 and the certificates therein in respect of 1. Independent Police Oversight Authority. 2. Development of Utility Run Super ESCO project in Kenya, FDP grant number 559015500051, Kenya Power and Lighting Company PLC. 3. Kenya Development Response to Displacement Impacts Project, KDRDIP, IDA credit number 6021 KE and grant number Tier4A 7762 KE, Ministry of East African Community, ASALS and Regional Development. 4. Kenya Marine Fisheries and Socioeconomic Development Project, KEMFSED, credit number 6540 KE, State Department for Blue Economy and Fisheries. 5. Chuka University. 6. Kipabi University. 7. Masai Mara University. 8. Machakos University. 9. Petroleum Development Fund, State Department for Energy. And 10. Tharaka University. 2. Reports of the Auditor General and the financial statements for the year ended 30th June 2025 and the certificates therein in respect of the following constituencies: Balambala, Katundu North, Kamukunji, Langata, Marakwet East, Masinga, Madare, Mumias East, Shinyalu, and 10 Teso North. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Next, Chairperson, Committee on Delegated Legislation.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Wednesday, 26 November 2025. Reports of the Committee on Delegated Legislation on its consideration of number 1, the Public Finance Management, Sports, Arts and Social Development Fund amendment regulations published as legal notice number 106 of 2025, and number 2, the Public Finance Management Government Praise Fund regulations 2025 published as legal notice number 142 of 2025. I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. I'm told the report by Honorable Esther Passar is not ready, so we'll skip that. We can now proceed to order number 6.
Order number 6, notices of motion.
Chairperson, Committee on Delegated Legislation.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I wish to give notice of the following motion: that this House adopts the report of the Committee on Delegated Legislation on its consideration of the Public Finance Management, Sports, Arts and Social Development Amendment Regulations 2025, laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, 26 November 2025, and pursuant to the provisions of Section 24, subsection 4 of the Public Finance Management Act, Cap 412A, this House approves the Public Finance Management, Sports, Arts and Social Development Fund Amendment Regulations published as legal notice number 106 of 2025. I thank you. I have two motions to move, Madam Speaker. The second one, I beg to move, Honorable Speaker, I beg to move to give notice of the following motion: that this House adopts the report of the Committee on Delegated Legislation on its consideration of the Public Finance Management Government Press Fund Regulations 2025 laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, 26th November 2025, and pursuant to the provisions of Section 24, subsection 4 of the Public Finance Management Act, Cap 412A, and standing under 210(4)B, this House approves the Public Finance Management Government Press Fund Regulations 2025, published as legal notice number 142, 2025, subject to annulment of Regulation 52D 9112DG of the Regulations for Contravention of Section 13M of the Statutory Instruments Act, Cap 2A. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Next order.
Order number 7, questions and statements.
Honorable members, we were expecting the Honorable Kipchumba Murkomen, Cabinet Secretary, Ministry of Interior and National Administration, but he has sought the House's indulgence because he's away on the Intergovernmental Authority on Development, IGAD, on refugees, and also the third African Forum on Cybercrime Conference that is taking place on the 25th and 27th, hence the reason he's not able to be here. So we shall just proceed to the next order.
Order number 8, motion, debate on the President's address, third allotted day.
Okay. Honorable members, those who want to contribute to this debate, please press the intervention button. I can see Honorable Oundo, but you had already spoken yesterday. So I shall start with the Honorable Cynthia Muge, member for Nandi County.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to be able to make my comments regarding the State of the Nation Address 2025 made right on the floor of this House. Honorable Speaker, I'm glad that I am still in this House and alive to be able to witness and, most importantly, add my voice to the State of the Nation, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, first I want to appreciate the President because the things that he mentioned or the things that he submitted officially to the floor of this House or during the State of the Nation Address are things, Honorable Speaker, that are not new. They are things that we have been able to hear about them previously in other platforms, Honorable Speaker, because of the kind of person that the President of the Republic of Kenya is. He's the kind of person, Honorable Speaker, who sees it as a very deep responsibility of his to be able to let the people that elected him to be able to guide this country and to be able to lead this country as president, to know what is happening and what ought to happen. And Honorable Speaker, having listened and sat through his speech of the State of the Nation, we were able to then appreciate the person that goes back to the people to inform them about how far we are and how further we want to go. So, Honorable Speaker, I also want to appreciate the issues that were raised. Some of the issues, Honorable Speaker, spoke straight to our hearts, and there are some of the wishes that we really wanted to have them and see them done, Honorable Speaker. Notably, Honorable Speaker, in regards to infrastructure, because we appreciate all his submissions in all the other sectors, the ICT, the transport, the agriculture, and even service delivery in this country. But most importantly, Honorable Speaker, coming from the North Rift, Honorable Speaker, we've had a long-lasting problem since I was born, that we always have traffic while going home every other time. The reason why we have traffic is because of the size of the road that goes from Nairobi all the way to the western part of Kenya. And Honorable Speaker, it was more than joyful for me to be able to officially and finally hear the President giving us blow-by-blow plans that he has about the road, Honorable Speaker. So finally, Honorable Speaker, the people from Western Kenya can be able to travel from Nairobi comfortably all the way, Honorable Speaker, to the border in Malaba. Honorable Speaker, this was not just commitments. They were actually official commitments that were made on the floor of this House. Honorable Speaker, I also want to appreciate the members that have been able to speak to the State of the Nation address. There are so many issues that have been raised, and notably, Honorable Speaker, the issue of economic growth rate in this country. And I am happy, Honorable Speaker, because we as a country and as a representative of the people, Honorable Speaker, are finally having a very robust discussion about the growth of the economy, Honorable Speaker. But Honorable Speaker, I must say that the growth of a country, you cannot assess it without context, Honorable Speaker. It must be assessed with context. Honorable Speaker, you cannot be able to judge the economic growth and performance of a country in isolation. You must be able to put into perspective all the other things that affect the growth rate of economy, Honorable Speaker. We have many things and issues, Honorable Speaker, including global shocks. We've even had pandemics in the previous years, Honorable Speaker. We also have weather conditions that sometimes, Honorable Speaker, affect the economic growth rate. Honorable Speaker, if you're able to look at these items and be able to analyze them objectively, you can then be able to see that Kenya remains a very robust and growing economy as a country. Honorable Speaker, courtesy of this discussion that came up on this floor of the House, Honorable Speaker, I have been keen enough to be able to go to the database that is kept by the country, Honorable Speaker, that is verifiable, that is KNBS. And looking at KNBS, Honorable Speaker, I was interested in looking at the statistics for a few years. And I looked at 2021, Honorable Speaker, where we had a 7.6% growth rate in this country. Honorable Speaker, if you look at 2022 and 2023, we had a 4.9 growth rate and 5.6 growth rate respectively. And 2024, which has been a point of contention, Honorable Speaker, and discussion on this floor of the House, we had a growth rate of around 4.6%. Honorable Speaker, if you look at the last 3 years, you can see that the growth rate of Kenya has been going on very well. And Honorable Speaker, I must say this, if you cherry pick the years and if you cherry pick the sectors, Honorable Speaker, you might not be able to get a conclusive analysis. What you will be doing if you do that, Honorable Speaker, is something called politics, because for you to be able to come up with a proper analysis of economy, you must be able to put everything in context. And this country, Honorable Speaker, the global growth rate is around 3%. And if you look at this country, our growth rate is around 4.5, above 4.5. And if you are in a CBC class, Honorable Speaker, you will go home with a report card that says exceeding expectation, because the global growth rate is at 3%, Honorable Speaker. With a 4.5%, this government and administration of William Samoei Ruto is exceeding expectation in terms of economy, Honorable Speaker. And it is upon us as a leadership, Honorable Speaker, of this country to be able.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Nambale. And remember, you have 5 minutes, so watch the lights.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I wish to applaud the President for giving us a very progressive speech that I believe that it will help steer our country forward. Madam Speaker, starting with the agriculture sector, I noted that the President is very keen to ensure that the issue of subsidized fertilizer is distributed even to the world level. Madam Speaker, this will have a big impact because the distribution is initially centered at National Cereals and Produce Board only, but not many farmers were able to move around and collect these fertilizers from the cereal boards. And Madam Speaker, we know that fertilizer will help improve production in our farms. We know that our economy depends basically on agriculture. And when we have this fertilizer distributed near our farmers, we know that many people will have to improve on food security, which will help improve our economy. Then on the issue of the health, Madam Speaker, the President also talked about increasing the issue on contribution share from 550 to 800,000. Madam Speaker, many Kenyans have been suffering on cancer treatment, and we know that this is an issue that the people we represent have been going through a lot of pain to raise funds so that their people can be treated. When we raise the share coverage from 550 to 800, it will be a big relief to many cancer patients. Still on the health sector, the issue of the community health promoters, Madam Speaker, this is another area that is a big gain. We know that community health promoters have really helped, especially in rural areas, on the issue of malaria treatment, diabetes screening, and even hypertension. Many people walk around, but you find that people are diabetic, they even don't know how to detect the sugar levels. But these particular health promoters have been able to move around, screen diabetes patients, and advise them on how to get treatment. Also, still on the health sector, there's this issue of the National Equipment Service project. This, from the President's speech, is going to help us so that hospitals will only pay when they use this particular facility. This is quite different from the earlier model, which was quite burdensome to the county governments. Again, still on health, Madam Speaker, we note that the issue of share enrollment has really improved, and we encourage many Kenyans to ensure that they enroll so that the fund can have enough money to cater for their treatment. On the issue of infrastructure, as a member coming from the western part of the country, it's a big relief because most of our people have been having problems traveling all the way from Western Kenya to come and access the capital city. We know that Nairobi is the hub of this country, whereby many Kenyans come to acquire business commodities. But when they come to buy items from here, transporting them to Western region has been a big problem. So when we have a dual carriage from Rironi all the way to Mau Summit, it's going to open up the Western region and open up the country. Even the other roads that the President talked about, like the Kiambu Road, these are roads that have been linking Nairobi to the towns nearby. So when we open up the Kiambu Road, we open up Ongata Rongai and many other roads, Madam Speaker, we are going to help our country so that people don't waste time on the road, on a traffic snarl-up. I therefore congratulate the President for this progressive statement. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
What is your point of order, Honorable Chepkonga?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I have a little problem that I need your help. I lost my card and I'm unable to press the intervention button, and I asked the people, and they told me it will take a long time. So I'm requesting that you see me, just to see me.
Now you've spent 2 of your minutes.
Yes, I'm just begging you to see me.
But that you could always come and say it on the side here. Yeah. Okay, next we have the Honorable Member for Endebess, Honorable Pukose.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I stand to make comments on the President's address to the nation in this House on 20th last week. Honorable Speaker, the President talked about many issues, and as the head of state, on matters that touches almost every sector within our country. Honorable Speaker, among them is the creation of the Sovereign Wealth Fund. And I think this is something that many people have been thinking about. And we are hoping that this is going to be actualized, and we want to support the President on this. On the issue of the infrastructure fund, it's a very noble idea. It's a great idea. It's a great dream that will be able to, if it comes true, then this country will be able to move in the right direction. It is important that all of us support this idea, and more so, this country is not always seen as a litigous country. Whenever government comes up with a program that is going to help this country, you will find that somebody rushes to court to block it. And I think that this time, as a country, we need all of us to move together. It is incumbent on us, all of us, to see that this comes to fruition. Honorable Speaker, there's been issues about privatization of many of our non-performing parastatals. And among them is this House passed a paper on privatization of the Kenya pipeline, which I think, Honorable Speaker, is going a long way to make it more profitable, to make it a company that many people would admire, because of late, Honorable Speaker, maybe for the last 10 or 5 years, we've seen Kenya pipeline becoming scandalous, where there is loss of fuel, where there is busting of the pipeline, as we saw it in Makueni, with sabotage, and becoming a cash cow for some individuals to vary the tender, even of the pipeline, which we are aware. And therefore, I think it's a high time that we make this not just to be a state agent, but that makes losses, but one that can be able to make profits for this country. Just the same way, a good example which people have referred is the Safaricom. Honorable Speaker, the President also touched on Kenya Airways, that within the next 1 year should be able to move in the right direction, and something is going to be done. I think this is efficient. Our President has good vision for this country, and those of us who the public has given us opportunities to serve in various fields, we need all of us to move together. The advisors, those people who have been given the civil service, let's come together and support this process to make it into fruition. Honorable Speaker, lastly, is the Western Road, the Mau Summit, all the way to Rironi, all the way to Nakuru, Mai Mahiu, and the other one to Mai Mahiu, and to the western part of this country. Honorable Speaker, during the months as we now approach December, the number of vehicles that will get stuck on that road is crazy. And therefore, if this comes into fruition, as it is in the government plan, then things will be able to improve, and this country will never be the same again. With those few remarks, Honorable Speaker, I want to support the President's speech.
Thank you. The Honorable Hilary Kosgei, member for Kipkelion West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Let me join my colleagues in congratulating the State of the Nation address made by His Excellency the President on the floor of this House a week ago, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, there comes a time in the history of a nation where leaders are born that are going to transform a country that has so much been left behind by politics, consumed by hatred and the politics of ethnicity, and that there comes a time when God gives a country a leader who is going to develop and spread development across the country, not the skewed development that we have been used from the independence in 1960, Madam Speaker. In 1963, Madam Speaker. And therefore, Madam Speaker, I have heard that people are quoting that facts are stubborn. And I agree with them, Madam Speaker, because facts are truly stubborn. Those facts, Madam Speaker, are saying that foreign direct investment in this country has tripled from 60 billion in 2021 to 195 billion in 2024, Madam Speaker. Another thing, Madam Speaker, is that it is a fact that the farmer registration into the agriculture system has risen from 300,000 in 2022 to 7.1 million farmers in 2024, Madam Speaker, giving the government a scientific intervention tool to give and supply fertilizer needed for the growth of our food production as scientifically, Madam Speaker. It is also a fact, Madam Speaker, and facts are stubborn, that production of maize has grown from 44 million bags in 2022 to 70 bags in the year 2024, Madam Speaker. But more specifically, Madam Speaker, on the President's speech, I want to dwell and to congratulate him on picking the 4 national priorities, Madam Speaker, to invest in people through science and education, Madam Speaker, and to make sure that we increase research fund from 0.8 of GDP to 2% of GDP, Mr. Speaker, by the year 2027. This one will enable us to do scientific research on our crops, including, Mr. Speaker, the new technology that has yielded a lot of coffee called grafted coffee, Mr. Speaker, and all the other researches in wheat and in sugar, where we are looking forward to having cane that matures in 1 year to increase production, Mr. Speaker. The second national priority, Mr. Speaker, is on water harvesting and irrigation. For a long time, this country has depended on the mercy of God, that when rain is abundant, that is when we expect to eat and to feed our population. Mr. Speaker, with the development of 50 mega dams across the country, we will harvest a lot of water and make sure that we put 2.5 million acres of arable land where it has been ignored, Mr. Speaker, in Ukambani, in the coast region, in the northern Kenya, and feed our population, Mr. Speaker. Finally, Mr. Speaker, on the infrastructure, the creation of the infrastructure fund and the sovereign wealth fund is an idea whose time is now. And Mr. Speaker, we want to actualize this even from the proceeds of privatizing non-performing government parastatals and agencies, put the seed money of 200 billion to start this fund and make sure that we open up all parts of the country equally, including areas that were ignored, going to Western Kenya, going to Northern Kenya, and every part of the country. We cannot be proud of one single superhighway and quote it as a symbol of success when the rest of the nation is receiving nothing, Mr. Speaker. So I allowed the President for 60% of Kenya that will be recognized with the dams.
So that he's making a lot of sense. Proceed, Honorable Member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes. Mr. Speaker, the Northern Kenya has been ignored by successive regimes. But some members of this House would want to pretend that when their area is okay, the country is okay. It will not be business as usual, Mr. Speaker. And we have a president who is now open to developing all parts of the country without favor, without discrimination. And that is why, Mr. Speaker, there is no State of the Nation speech made in the floor of this House as important as the one that was made here a week ago, Mr. Speaker. And we are not cowards. We have learned to speak the truth all our lives. We cannot exchange fear and tribal dominance for the truth that we must speak. Kenya must be developed, all parts of this country, and the national cake must be shared equally. And this is the dream of the 5th President of the Republic of Kenya, to take Kenya from a third world country to a first world country by developing every area and every corner of this country. Mr. Speaker, I thank you, and I congratulate the President for that speech.
The Honorable Chepkonga.
Thank you very much, Mr.
Honorable
Speaker.
Chepkonga, just 1 minute. I'm sorry, but just 1 minute. I want to recognize the presence in the public gallery of the CDF committee for Bumula and in Bungoma County. That's Bumbula constituency. And I would call upon the Honorable Omboko. Omboko.
Speaker, my name is Wanami Wamboka.
Wamboka. The Honorable Wamboka.
Thank you for this opportunity, Mr. Speaker.
To welcome the committee.
Thank you for this opportunity, Mr. Speaker, to welcome my CDF committee, specifically on bursaries and education. Mr. Honorable Speaker, you would understand that CDF plays a very key role in developing this nation. It has transformed areas that were underdeveloped previously, like the northern Kenya, where you come from, Mr. Speaker. Because of the work of the CDF and proper usage of these monies, we have seen these areas grow. Honorable Speaker, in Bumula constituency, we have a robust team, majorly consisting of teachers who control education programs and these funds, Honorable Speaker. They are here with us today, led by the CDF Chairman, Paul Silisisi, led by the education team, Mr. Ikanda, and the rest. They have done a good job. I wanted them to have a feel of how it feels to be inside here. And they must continue doing the good job so that their MP continues being elected, so that they continue coming here, Mr. Honorable Speaker. Thank you so much. I welcome my colleagues. Karibuni kwa nyumba. Muriyo muna wasahu.
Okay. Honorable Chepkonga.
Thank you very much, Madam, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the Honorable Koske. He has contributed in a very fervent manner. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support the President's speech, which was, and commend him and congratulate him for a very wonderfully crafted speech that in fact he spoke from his heart. Mr. Speaker, I want to speak to three things with regard to that particular speech because of the time's limitation. Number one is the construction of the road between Maimayu and Rironi. Mr. Speaker, this is a very important artery of a road that is going to connect the Western Kenya and Nairobi City. Mr. Speaker, we've been sleeping on the road many times. Like on Monday, we had an accident along Salka. And the queue that was there, we were there for over 4 hours. And I was driving to come back to Nairobi. And Mr. Speaker, 60% of Kenya uses that road to go to western part of Kenya. Mr. Speaker, I don't know which other road can be said to be a very major artery in this particular nation. Number two, I listened to someone who just spoke here the other day, because he's no longer the chair of budget. He thinks that when Honorable Atandi is now the chairman of budget, he does not know what he's doing. I want to inform him that Honorable Atandi is very qualified, extremely very qualified, Mr. Speaker. You don't need to be the chairman. You cannot be the only one who can be the chairman of budget so that you can have a good budget. I want to tell you, Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Atandi's budget has been a very excellent budget, Mr. Speaker. We have seen a growth rate of 5.9% this last year, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you know the nominal GDP of this country has grown from 12.9 trillion in 2022 to 16.2 trillion in 2024. Isn't that a miracle? In 2 years. I mean, people, you know, as Honorable Koske has said, facts are stubborn. You cannot run away from that fact. And I want to tell you, Mr. Speaker, I want to remember the very famous speech of JF Kennedy, when he said, tell the people the truth and you shall be free. And we are telling people the truth, Mr. Speaker, so that they can be free of lies. People who say things that are concocted, things because it is not you, you now want to muddy and muddle facts which are as clear as between day and night. Mr. Speaker, you know, as I do, that the NSSF From 1963 to 2022, our contribution and capitation in NSSF was 320 billion. As of last month, the capitation of NSSF is now 640 billion. We have doubled it in 2 years. Mr. Speaker, you know what that means. In the next 3 years, we will reach 1 trillion in our contribution. You know, this is a very sad situation. How do you pass a law which says, I will contribute 10% of my salary as to NSSF, up to a maximum of 200 shillings? That's a very scandalous law, Mr. Speaker. Up to a maximum of 200 shillings. When I retire, after working for this nation for 35 years, I calculated, Mr. Speaker, I will be paid 340,000 shillings. Even the vehicles that you drive, Mr. Speaker, the insurance alone for 1 year is 400,000. So you are telling me, Mr. Speaker, that when I retire now, because I used to contribute up to a maximum of 200 shillings, and I was supposed to contribute 10%, which ought to have been something in the region of about 25,000 shillings. That was, in fact, something that must not or ought not to have been done. And this president has corrected that anomaly. And we should congratulate him and thank him. In fact, we should be borrowing these funds now to construct roads in this country. We've seen the TSSF from Tanzania are constructing a 30...
Honorable Chepkonga, the Honorable Lady would want to inform you. Are you willing to accept the information?
Yes, in fact, she's a very gracious lady.
Yeah, she's the youngest in Parliament, so...
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and Honorable Chepkonga for allowing to be informed by me. Honorable Speaker, picking from the thought of Honorable Chepkonga, where he makes reference to the growth rate of this country in the GDP, Honorable Speaker, he has also slightly made an insinuation about the previous administration. So, Honorable Speaker, like I said in my speech, and I want to be able to, in my contribution, I want to be able to inform Honorable Chepkonga, we cannot cherry pick the years, and we cannot be able to selectively pick out the sectors to be able to analyze, so that we can get the situation of the economy of a country. And Honorable Speaker, if you look at the data, in the year 2008, when Mwai Kibaki was the president of this country, we had a growth rate of 0.2% because of the effects of post-election violence. In the year 2017, Honorable Speaker, when Uhuru Kenyatta was president, we had a growth rate of 3.8, which is among the low ones, Honorable Speaker. In the year 2021, Honorable Speaker, we had, because of COVID issues and whatnot, we had an economic drop in growth of negative 0.3% when Uhuru Kenyatta was president. Honorable Speaker, to say that this administration has an all-time low growth rate or slow growth rate, Honorable Speaker, is something I would term as something called nostalgia narrative, because we want to live in the past. This administration is on proper course, Honorable Speaker, in terms of growth and economic growth rate. And we cannot cherry pick the years and the sectors to be able to compare. That is not called analysis. It is called politics. And that is what it is, Honorable Speaker.
Fair enough, Honorable Chepkonga, I think.
Yeah, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I'm not the only one who has been informed, including the one who was also misled, who contributed to some fake information here, Mr. Speaker. I can see that there is highly technical information from the Honorable, Kenya National Bureau of Standards, real report, Mr. Speaker, from the Honorable Muge, who appears to be more schooled than even those ones who misled us. I want to thank you very much for informing me and informing even the other one. So, Mr. Speaker, I just want to say that we have seen for the first time a tarmac road from Marsabit heading to Wajir. People who have never seen a tarmac road. In fact, they were asking themselves, what is this black thing? In fact, they were going to dig and take it to their house. They were told, no, it's for you to use it. Mr. Speaker, you know, you can imagine some nations, some parts of this country. I know we were with Honorable
Wajir to Mandera. Parliament. Not order. Okay. I think you meant Wajir to Mandera, not Marsabit to Wajir. It's proceed. Is that the information you wanted to give him? Fair enough. He has the information. The chair has volunteered to give him that. Proceed.
Mr. Speaker, you can see how we are ignorant of some places.
Yes.
Because there are no roads.
Yes.
If there was a tarmac road, I would be in Wajir, I would be in Mandera. There was no reason why I should not travel to this country and become a local tourist.
Yes.
In fact, and we know that the fauna and the flora that you have in those parts of the country is extremely very good, and it is where we should all be going for our local tourists. With those very many comments, Mr. Speaker, I wish to support the President's wonderful speech, just borrowing the words of President Donald Trump, who Christians everything to be wonderful and super. And that speech, Mr. Speaker, was also wonderful and super. I want to thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Kirima.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, for giving me this opportunity to contribute to this important debate. The report from the President, the report which we received from the President, Mr. Speaker, the report from the President gave directions of how this country is going to forge forward. A number of issues were raised, or the President gave us direction on a number of issues which this country is going through and is expected to go through to make it a more undeveloped nation than the way it is. Mr. Speaker, sir, according to the President's speech, we intend to have this country moving from a third world country to the first world country, as we were supposed to be compared with countries which were equal to us in the years of independence, 1960s and 1970s. The report which the President gave, especially on the part of agriculture, shows clearly, Mr. Speaker, sir, that we are actually on that direction. The idea of easing the burden of availability of fertilizer to the farmers, actually, that's one of the most important aspects which I see that the President looked upon, taking into account that you cannot be able to rule or to make an angry country and developed country. To reduce the value of fertilizer, the cost from 7,500 Kenya shillings to 2,500 Kenya shillings. That's an achievement, and a great achievement which, as we innovate all other things, we should look at it positively. Because with the kind of pieces of land we have in various parts of Kenya, we have been cultivating these pieces of land from time immemorial. And the fertility of these pieces of land has gone down so much that it requires an additional value. It requires looking at it substantively to see that it increases the value of production so that at least we can be able to feed the nation. So I think that the President has done so much on the aspect of agriculture, not forgetting that the distribution of this fertilizer comes all the way from the national region, whereby it goes to the county areas, and then to the ward areas, so that the common mwananchi will not suffer so much as he endears to get the fertilizer to supply to his farm and to have the input at the right time so that he can have adequate production. Mr. Speaker, sir, the production of, as we speak now and as we look forward, the production of 12.5 million bags of maize from the previous production of 7 million bags, it will be an achievement. Because that one, it will even prevent us from spending the unearned foreign currency, which can be used for other purposes. Instead of importing food with that money, it will be used for other purposes. Mr. Speaker, not that we standing, there are a number of aspects which the President talked positively and which impact on the economy of this country substantively, especially when it comes to the infrastructure development. When I hear that there will be and Wokalej connecting Makutano to Embu and Meru, that one inspires so much, because in black and white, it shows clearly that the bedrock of the Kenyan economy, where we have coffee, where we have tea and many other things, are going to be open to be assessed to the main capital for us to enable to export it without much difficulties. The expansion of LAFSET, which is going to open the northern part of the country and the northern corridor, the expansion of standard engaged railway, all those things are going to be positively impact on the Kenyan economy. And with those few remarks, I believe that the president is on the positive trajectory, and we should give him the support it's required. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Thank you.
What's wrong with this thing? Honorable Sane Ibrahim.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the presidential state address, if you look at the tone of that speech, trying to move us from a third world disparate state to a first-class world is welcome. And that is manifest in his speech throughout the address. He means well. And that is anchored on hope. He's trying to give Kenyans hope that things cannot be the same. We have to think outside the box. There should be novel ways of governing this nation. Stewardship. Things must change. It is not for the ordinary to speak in that manner. The president seems disturbed and wants to change this country for the better, inculcating hope not only for his remaining second term, but for terms to follow. He means well that any leader should strive to take this country forward, not for the present generation, but for posterity, Mr. Speaker. That hope is what is expected of any leader. Every leader. A leader is required to give hope, not to give despair, not to lament to the people he leads. The folks represented by President William Ruto requires hope, even if there are serious, gigantic challenges facing this country. So I entirely accept with that part of the speech, where he wants us to change the mind, be positive, and focus on the future for the well-being of Kenyans generally. The president gave a very moving background where he found the state in 2022. High inflation, lack of affordability of common household goods, Mr. Speaker, the bad economy, nearly defaulting debt, sovereign debts, the Kenya shilling going down and, against the dollar, disadvantaging exporters of this country, subsidies that were affecting our economy from growth, that were badly placed and were not well thought in some sectors, especially foodstuff, subsidies on foodstuff. And then he moved to production that he felt was better than subsidizing on consumption. He talked of the GDP then that was badly doing well, and the ratings by international institutions. Kenya was on the brink of the precipice then. That moving background and how it was transformed, at least in as much as we make noise, in as much as we have some discomfort, and never in life shall there be a perfect situation where all shall be happy and we will be happy. But to that extent, it's good to give support and commend where it deserves, Mr. Speaker. The president actually went out of his way to stabilize the country. Today, at least, we are thinking of growth. We are talking of changing situations from a bad to a better situation and growth. By then, there was no growth, there was negativity, a collapse. We were about to be a failed state like Somalia. For that, we commend the president. And being a UDA MP, we have come to power on a platform not of sycophancy, but objective criticism. At times, we will criticize where we feel things are not right. He mentored me, myself, not to be a coward. I'm afraid I can see Mr. Speaker, time is up, and I wanted to address a few
No,
things.
proceed. You have given him an additional.
So,
3
Mr.
or
Speaker,
4
the
minutes.
President gave a very flowery, sweet, persuading speech. Nice, good in language. I fear at times it may blind us from attaining the good things he wanted to. However, it was a very nice speech. But he had done many things. He talked of 300,000 companies establishing in Kenya, meaning there is more investor confidence in this country. And with employees, 300,000, companies, that comes with employment of our youth, most of the Gen Zs who have been in the streets, carrying sufurias, coming to parliament, chasing us through the tunnels. You can remember what we went through the last 2 years. Mr. Speaker, SHA is doing well, except for some teething issues. Unfortunately, my constituency manager was turned back yesterday, having contributed the last 3 years to the SHA thing. It has some systemic issues that need to be addressed. But it doesn't mean it's not doing well. It is doing well. Many have been assisted. And it's a success story for His Excellency the President, Mr. Speaker. KEMSA, for the first time, we don't hear quarrels with governors. KEMSA is perfectly performing its duties, making sure that there are no expired drugs. Drugs are delivered in a timely manner to county governments. Community health workers, the preventive aspects of diseases before we talk of curative, are doing well. They are present all over the country, trying to look at the status of Kenyans before they seek medical care. That in itself will reduce the burden of cost of healthcare in this country, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I am a pastoralist. Before I go to pastoralism, on the education sector, the President acknowledged the creation of classrooms with the help of NGCDF. The concern is NGCDF did a great work in making sure that there are infrastructure, more so classrooms in the rural part of this country, in northern Kenya. With the coming to end of NGCDF, if we don't think and move with speed, by 30th June, the court has ruled that NGCDF shall stop. What will befall northern Kenya after that? Because the first presence of the government in northern Kenya is NGCDF. If that will cease to operate by 30th June 2026, then we will be challenged in northern Kenya. So it is good the President appreciated the importance of NGCDF. But are we really looking forward on how the status will be like from 30th June 2026, Mr. Speaker? Yes, it is true the President has employed, this government has employed many teachers. For the first time, northern Kenya is advantaged. Northern Kenya. But I have issues with balance. There are so many teachers in other parts of the country who are not doing any work. Localization of teachers has costed northern Kenya. We need more teachers. Yes, he employed many teachers, and I appreciate. But are these teachers going to where they are required? We need to balance teachers across this country. Many teachers are in parts of central Kenya and other parts, yet they are required in northern Kenya, they are required in Nyanza. There needs to be a balance on how these teachers should be posted, Mr. Speaker. Overseas scholarship. It is true there have been so many overseas scholarships, but there is so much corruption in that. Deserving students from northern Kenya, poor students from other parts of the country do not get these scholarships. It is something shared for those. We used to have experts who have mentored many professionals in ASALs, courtesy of scholarships, overseas scholarships. That is no more. Today, it is shared. It is shared by the few who are privileged around the places these scholarships are being offered. TVET, it is true this government has done much, has taken a leap in making sure that there are TVETs across the country, giving diploma and diploma level education. But of concern to me, Mr. Speaker, there are some TVETs in northern Kenya that are yet not operational. I think it is important that the ministry makes sure that the TVET in Bute, Wajir North, is completed and operational to serve the constituents and many others in northern Kenya, Mr. Speaker. Universities. It is true universities have been given good funding, more support, but there are concerns on governance. Governance. Most of the universities are failing because of governance. While the government has dispersed colossal amounts of money to them, there are issues of governance. Who should be the vice chancellor? Who should be what? That is bedeviling the higher institutions, Mr. Speaker. On housing, it is true there has been big projects on housing. But in northern Kenya, they are very slow. I don't mean that they are not there. There are few, one in Garissa, one properly in some constituencies, but majority of the constituencies like these housing markets, the department is so slow. I know they mean well and they are in pipeline. We want this to be fast-tracked so that Wajir North gets the ESP markets, the housing, affordable housing projects, housing for police stations, and many others as expected. On the Hustler Fund, Mr. Speaker, it's a good program, but northern Kenya is yet to benefit from it. Probably because of the interest aspect of it, we did request the president to improve on it so that it is Sharia compliant. I'm sure few have benefit, but we are so much optimistic that Nyota, the Nyota program, will be doing well because Nyota is constituency-based. We will be benefiting from the Nyota program. On the digital innovation hubs, Mr. Speaker, yes, the president did say that much has been done and many more shall be implemented. And they are on the way to be implemented. I would request that this be speeded so that the ASALs that are disadvantaged get this internet connectivity. On airports, Mr. Speaker, Garissa requires an international airport. Mandera requires an international airport. Wajir is a military airport. The civilians require an international airport. Marsabit requires an airport. Isiolo is an international airport that has challenges, probably because the runway is not complete for many years. I think it is time that the airport should not appraise for coast, Nairobi and other parts of this country, but also should go to the northern frontiers, Mr. Speaker. The president did mention himself severally in his speech on ASALs, that Kenya's 85% ASAL is the game changer. If Kenya is to achieve the double-digit economy as envisaged, it can only happen if we invest in the ASALs. That is welcome. Mr. Speaker,
Give him additional 2 or 3 minutes. Proceed. You're making a lot of sense.
Mr. Speaker, as livestock, there was much focus on what was usually the normal, on the white highlands livelihoods, dairy, cashew nuts, cotton, pyrethrum, things of manual contribution to the economy. The livestock sector, the sleeping giant, that which holds the 85% of our landmass, was rather not given serious focus. I beg the president, that he puts his eye on that part of the Puntland and Somaliland, minute states, breakaway states, not states actually. I can't call them, it's illegal to call them states, regions, Mr. Speaker, are exporting livestock annually, big amounts, to the Gulf states. Yet Kenya has the potential to do much more because ours is a government that is existing. That's a failed government, Mr. Speaker. Disease-free zones have not been created in northern Kenya. So how do we take advantage of the beef and the livestock we own? Mr. Speaker, infrastructure. Suppose we are to trade on our livestock. Where is the railway to transport? Right now, we can't move livestock to Kenya Meat Commission. Just because once it rains, we can't do business with Kenya Meat Commission. We need better roads. When it comes to roads, it's not only this Isiolo-Mandera road. I'm talking of Liboi-Garissa road. I'm talking of Wajir to Div road. Inter and intra, across the counties to neighboring countries. Mandera, Bute, Moyale to Ethiopia road. We have major roads, trunk roads. These deserve also being tarmacked to standards so required, Mr. Speaker. Of dams and solar and wind power, the President talked of trying to invest. All that shall be in the ASALs. And if we were to do that, it behoves on the same government that the infrastructure be improved. I know the President mean well. We were only emotional, and we were begging for his empathy. That is all. We need to be considered. We have been marginalized for over 62 years. For 62 years. We wanted his speech to start with Northern Kenya, half of the speech to address Northern Kenya. But that doesn't mean he did ignore us. We call for his empathy, his kindness, to bring us up to speed and enjoy the fruits of this nation. Independence is for us all, not for part of this country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Followed by Honorable Cherarot, followed by Elisha. Honorable Elisha. Proceed, Honorable Cherarot. Give him the mic.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this time so that I can be able to contribute towards the presidential speech. Mr. Speaker, I want to say that the speech of the president, the state of the speech that he gave on that day, it is about his life, it is about his experience and interaction with Kenyans, and the direction that he wants to take Kenya. I want to say, Mr. Speaker, that the president actually gave us the right trajectory, and whatever he has done in this country. His speech was about the past, the present, and the future, where we are heading as a country. I want to say that in his delivery of service, the president gave us the full program, what he has done with the projects, and also what he is planning to do in the near future. This one, Mr. Speaker, I want to say that I cannot compare with any president who has led in this country. He's the only president who has got the capacity, he has the skills, he has the wisdom, and he has also a vision to take this country. Like what he said, that when he started, he had a vision. And that day, he had a story to tell. I want to say, Mr. Speaker, that Kenyans have to reciprocate what the president has done in this country. This nation, I know, we've been derailed for a long time. We've had several presidents who have actually led this country, but they have not managed to take the bull by the horns and do what is required in this country. The level that he has taken this country to, I want to say that we are actually moving from the third world to a developing world. We have seen this through some of the initiatives that he started. When he came in, I remember Kenyans, we had about 7 million Kenyans who were on the CRPs. And what he did was to make sure that he assists and make sure that those Kenyans were removed from the CRP. He brought in the Hustler Fund, which actually has helped many Kenyans to build themselves economically and to do some business. He has also brought in the issue of online business by starting the ICT hubs, whereby in most of the constituencies, we have those ICT hubs, and most of our young people, Mr. Speaker, are now doing business or online business or digital business. I want to say that many Kenyans have made a lot of money out of it. And in addition to that, Mr. Speaker, our president also worked on the issue of foreign jobs, whereby many Kenyans, as we talk now, are in abroad. They are doing what they are working, and others are doing business. And I want to say, Mr. Speaker, this is one way of making Kenya actually economically fit, and also pushing forward the economy of this country. I want to say through his leadership, our economy has grown, leave alone the naysayers who have been talking a lot of nonsense, trying to oppose what the president is doing. Despite the challenges, despite the negativity that some people are trying to bring in, Mr. Speaker, our president has really worked hard, and he has brought in a lot of ideas, a lot of programs, and so many projects. When we see about SHA actually is one of the programs that the president brought in. I know we had NHIF, which we had a lot of issues, a lot of challenges. I want to tell a story, Mr. Speaker. One day I visited one of my constituencies, and in the hospital, St. Leonard, I met this old man who was admitted, and what he asked me was that, is this rich man also with me here belongs to this place, or do I belong to this place? Because he couldn't believe, because St. Leonard is an hospital whereby the rich go there. But this old man from a humble family, he could not believe himself, and that is about SHA, which means it has brought equality in our country. Mr. Speaker.
Give him additional 3 minutes. So.
Mr. Speaker.
Or 4 minutes, yeah.
I want to say that many people are talking negative about SHA, but I want to say that it is working, and it's only a matter of trying to adjust. Mr. Speaker, I want also to talk about agriculture. When we came in, when the president took over, we used to import a lot of stuff, a lot of sugar. We used to import even maize. But right now, we are heading to the direction where we are going to export. Through the subsidy of fertilizer from 7,000 to 2,500. And not only that, the fertilizer actually is down there to the village, whereby farmers cannot spend even money to go and pick from the cereal boards. Mr. Speaker, we also have like CHPs. CHPs, Mr. Speaker, they visit the village, they go to homesteads, checking those who are not feeling well, and even checking the pressure and even diabetes. And I want to say that this is another way that the president has actually improved the health center, health care. Mr. Speaker, I want to say also we used to import sugar, but currently we are not importing sugar. Very soon we are going to export. Mr. Speaker, I want to talk about also electricity, the connectivity. In most of the villages now are connected, and those who have not gotten the connection, it is on the process. And I want to say that it's because the president has really, really tried to improve the standard of our people. If you can see, the basic needs of human being are food, clothing, and shelter. The affordable houses, Mr. Speaker, if you go to most of these towns, go to several areas. I've visited Narok and several other places. You can see markets, new markets coming up. You can see new houses coming up. And this is actually because of what the president is doing to see that Kenyans live a better life. Mr. Speaker, when it comes to also the issue of our youth, the president has tried the much that he can to make sure that our youth actually are attended to. We have had several attachments in most of the institutions, Mr. Speaker. And I want to say, Mr. Speaker, Because of this, the other succeeding governments or the previous government could not do that. So most of our youths are engaged and they are doing that. When the president came in, Mr. Speaker, we also had this burden of Eurobond. He didn't sit and cry like other people, but what he did was to make sure he swung into action and start paying the Eurobond, Mr. Speaker. So there are those who are saying that the numbers, the economical growth that we have is not genuine. I want to tell them that what the president has done has improved this country. And given another chance, another term, come 2027, I want to say that Kenya will be another Malaysia. The other day, Mr. Speaker, we had the Prime Minister of Malaysia who was around here. And the discussion was about the business. When it comes to issue of roads and infrastructure, Mr. Speaker, this road from Rironi all the way to Mau Summit, and also from Mau Summit to Malaba, also from Mau Summit to Kisumu and Kisii, I want to say Kenya will not be the same again. It is going to help us to reduce accidents. It's going to make it easy for the traffic flow, and we are not going to spend a lot of fuel on the way when we are traveling home, Mr. Speaker. I want to say that this is not only Rironi up to that area of Mau Summit, but the whole country will be connected. They will have good roads. Let us give our president another chance. And I want to say that you will be able to be impressed by what he's going to do. Otherwise, Mr. Speaker, thank you so much. I want to say that congratulations to the president. We wish him all the best. We pray for him. May he have a good health. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Elisha. Is Honorable Eva Bara in the House?
No.
No.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to make my contribution on the President's speech. First, allow me to congratulate the President for a very eloquent, bold, and explicit speech that detailed strategic and elaborate plans for this country. In his opening remarks, for those who heard the President, he was extremely optimistic. And he made me more optimistic. One, because for the first time in the history of Kenya, the loans that are being taken in this country are going to be equitably distributed to all parts of the country. And as I listened to the President's speech, especially the infrastructure development, and mentioning that it's going to dual Rironi Mau Summit Road, and that the road will be dual to Kisumu, and it will proceed from Kisumu to Busia. Then he mentioned the railway line that is going to proceed up to Malaba, and that railway line, Mr. Speaker, sir, is going to pass through Yala in Game. With those indicators, I am certain, sure in my mind, that Game as a constituency will give the President a second chance under my leadership. Secondly, the President mentioned when he picked the economy, it was in tatters. The dollar was at 162. Today, as we talk, today in this market, to sell the dollar, you're selling at 129.8. To buy it is at 130. So what does that mean? It means consistently the President has done what it takes for a head of state to ensure that the economy is stable. He equally mentioned on the issue of health. And what the President has pushed largely is to ensure that community health workers, which is the best line in any country that wants to take care of the citizens, so that the community health workers are equipped with medical equipment that are able to establish if you have high blood pressure, you have diabetes. So at the frontal, with that basic treatment, you can be able to be taken to the next hospital. And I think I want to congratulate His Excellency for doing a superb job in the health sector. But equally, he also mentioned issues to do with security and the interventions, elaborate interventions that I've done in terms of ensuring that this country is safe. And I can say without an iota of doubt, what has happened during the president's time, especially the performance of the NIS director, Haji, the performance of Murkomen, and the performance of the PS, Dr. Raymond Omolo, is beyond measure. They have done a super job to ensure this country remains safe.
Just a moment, Elisha. Is this are you on a point of order or a point of information?
I want to indulge my friend and my close friend and I want to beg him, to beseech him. He allows me, I just give him a point of information, just for record purposes.
Is he willing to be informed? Oh, just a moment. Are you willing to be informed by the MP for Funyula?
Unless, as a good professor, you know coefficient of correlation or coefficient of determination. I prefer you take the school of coefficient of determination.
I don't, thank you, Honorable Speaker. I don't want to drag us, we go through at the university, but I just wanted to go on record, and I think this has been peddled here, has been stated so many times, which is incorrect. Honorable Speaker, I'm just looking at the website of Central Bank of Kenya. On 23rd September 2022, the dollar exchange rate was 120.54. That was the dollar exchange rate, and this is a record from the Central Bank of Kenya.
Which year?
2022. It was on September 2022, the dollar exchange rate was 120.54, and like what my good friend and neighbor, you now have to pass through his constitution to go to my place, indicated it was 160. They need to go on record, and this official record from also, Central Bank of Kenya.
You need also to, a scholar, to find out exactly what was the reserves at that time. How much was the dollar reserve? That was, because the dollar reserve is, in a sense, what also mitigates the dollar against the shilling, because when you have more reserve, then of course you're able to control that. But when there's a small reserve, then there's a problem. So are you able to give that a correlation also?
Honorable Speaker, given a minute or so, I can research and research.
Because the assertion by a number of members of parliament who have contributed on this is that we had very little reserves when we took over, and I think that was also in the speech of the president. And then there's the spiral, the downward spiral happened immediately after the elections. Progressively, it went all the way to 160. Was it 162, 163? Something like that. I mean, just because you want to inform, I might as well inform you that you need to do a little bit more research than that so that to get the exact condition of our economy at the time when the changes did happen. You realize that the Speaker's panel and the member who is on the chair here is also a member of Parliament who represents the constituency. Is not an ex-official like the Speaker. But anyway, proceed. You have had what you have been, information that was given to you.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for that intervention. But I think you cannot logically pick on just one data of 1 month without looking at the whole year to be able to have an incontrovertible evidence that then would school all of us to be able to convince that the professor, the content of his brain is that of a professor. But on this one, I'm sure you're not on the right place of history. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, the President equally mentioned issue to do with getting Kenya from third world to first world. And I agree with him on one matter, especially on generation of electricity. As a country now, this country, we are generating 3,100 megawatts. Our consumption in the evening when Mama Mboga is cooking is 2,347. The effective capacity of the system is 2,600. So you can imagine with all the members of parliament demanding that their constituencies are lit, it means we'll go beyond the capacity. So it's important that we do much more investment as the president is posed to ensure that we can get to 5,000 you can imagine that just one plant in Ethiopia, an hydro plant, is generating 5,000 megawatts. When a country like ours, we are only generating 3,100. In fact, for the country, we as a country, we are importing 200 megawatts from Ethiopia to supplement our needs. That's why sometimes we go on, we go off power because we don't have enough. So I agree with the president, and I encourage the people from Siaya that once we agree on establishing a geothermal plant, a nuclear plant, let us support the nuclear plant because one will be able to generate in one fold 4,000 megawatts. And other than that, before the plant is built, we'll be able to have a nuclear research reactor that will be able to help us produce isotopes that will help us in the field of cancer, especially ameliorating those suffering from cancer. And two, in biotechnology research. The nuclear reactor has been used in other spheres, in other spaces, to be able to develop countries in areas of agriculture and even in health. Mr. Speaker, sir, allow me to congratulate His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Kenya, and give him the assurance that he still go for a second term. Why? Because he's equitably distributing resources in Kenya, as opposed to those other governments that have served us before, where we took a lot of loans and all those loans were only used in central Kenya. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Dick Maungu, followed by the Honorable Oyula.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for granting me an opportunity to also contribute to this important debate on the State of the Nation address by His Excellency the President last week. Mr. Speaker, the address of the President to the National Assembly is a constitutional requirement, and Kenyans across this country waited in bated breath to hear the President address them touching on a number of issues, Mr. Speaker. I was one of such leaders who went through to listen what the President had in terms of a message to the great nation of our country. Mr. Speaker, I picked a number of issues that he talked about, but maybe I'll just wish to talk about a few that I felt really impacted, would have great impact and even beyond to the great people of Luanda whom I represent. 3 years down the line, I think the country has moved quite a number of challenges, Mr. Speaker, because when we first began, a number of challenges did face our country as a nation. And I think 3 years down the line, we have seen a climb down of these challenges, Mr. Speaker. And the President's address was on a number of issues, Mr. Speaker, or rather touched on many other fronts, Mr. Speaker. And in this Parliament, Mr. Speaker, I happen to have the privilege of sitting in the Education Committee. And it's true, one of the things that faced this government was the introduction of CBC or CB, Mr. Speaker. And at that time, there was a debate as to where teachers will come from to bridge the gap of teacher shortages, Mr. Speaker. There was a question of where do we place our learners in junior secondary. I remember the former regime had even gone ahead to construct classrooms in senior school in preparation for placement of our learners in senior school, Mr. Speaker. But upon coming to administration, I think a number of things happened. And one of the things I must applaud was the employment, or rather the recruitment of teachers to bridge the gap that existed. So far, I heard the President say that his government has been able to recruit close to 76,000 teachers, Mr. Speaker, which, as a member of the Education Committee, I can confirm that I've actually been able to see that. And a commitment to recruit a further 24,000 teachers, Mr. Speaker. This, to me, has grown a great way in addressing the teacher shortage gap that we as a country have faced, and it is unprecedented, Mr. Speaker. Since independence, no administration has been able to employ such a big number of teachers to address the teacher shortage like this administration. The Swahili have a saying, Mr. Speaker, that mgala muwe lakini haki mpe. I think this is one such case, Mr. Speaker, that we should applaud the administration for having found it fit to bridge this big gap, Mr. Speaker, and address the huge teacher shortage. The only thing I may want to request, Mr. Speaker, is that currently we have 24,000 intern teachers who are currently on internship, Mr. Speaker. My prayer to the administration will be that these teachers be confirmed so that they can also have an opportunity to meet their daily needs and obligations as the agitation has been, Mr. Speaker. Otherwise, I want to say thank you to the President and administration for having found it fit to really recruit 24,000 to 74,000 teachers, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I come from Western Kenya, and one of the great things we've suffered as a people is how we navigate our ways from Nairobi to the villages, especially during high peak seasons. On this, I speak about the major road that we have from Nairobi through Nakuru all the way to Western Kenya, Mr. Speaker. It's a fact, year in, year out, Mr. Speaker, we see gridlocks. We see people spending nights on the road. It will take a very, very few minutes, Mr. Speaker, for someone to travel from Nairobi, let's say to Nyeri, because Aduo carriage is available and they'll actually spend their Christmas with their families. But people from Western Kenya, Nakuru, Eldoret, Western, and the entire Rift and the entire Nyanza, Mr. Speaker, our people for years have been spending nights on this road, Mr. Speaker. A gridlock at Naivasha, a gridlock at Nakuru, without the ability to reach their homes, Mr. Speaker. And it's always a nightmare for those who cannot afford air transport because they have to go by the road, Mr. Speaker. They'll have to spend 2 days or 3. As late as the other day, about 2 weeks ago, it was not Christmas, but people spent a night by the way bridge in Naivasha because an accident had happened and there was no other way that the people could reach, Mr. Speaker.
Give him an additional 3 or 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for your magnanimity.
Yes.
And therefore, Mr. Speaker, the proposal to have a dual carriage from Rironi all the way to Mau Summit will be a great relief to the people of Western Kenya who are rightfully members of this country, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, this is one thing that I want to applaud this administration, Mr. Speaker, because a contract has already been declared awarded, and I look forward, Mr. Speaker, to this new regime whereby our people can be able to transit from Nairobi all the way to Western without having to spend on the road, Mr. Speaker. A new other thing, Mr. Speaker, is the SGR. The former administration did terminate this SGR at Naivasha. But you have plans, including in my constituency, Luanda, where an area has been earmarked whereby the SGR will pass through, Mr. Speaker. Coming from Naivasha all the way to Kisumu, through Luanda, all the way to Butere, all the way to the border, Mr. Speaker. That, to me, will be able to remove these heavy trucks that are on our roads into the railway, Mr. Speaker. Therefore, having a dual carriage on the road and having an SGR on the other side, Mr. Speaker, to us is a great relief. And therefore, I want to commend the President for that great thing, Mr. Speaker. Another matter of importance that I saw was the need to have a national infrastructure fund. Mr. Speaker, we may not do the same thing the same way and expect different results. We have serious shortage for infrastructure kitty, Mr. Speaker, because our roads are terribly bad. Kenya has about 14,000 paved roads only, yet we find that we need to pave much more than that, Mr. Speaker. The only way we can be able to do this, Mr. Speaker, is ensuring that we have a kitty that can be able to partner with the private sector so that we can be able to improve our infrastructure. That can only come from infrastructure fund, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, allow me to mention something here with reinvestment. We say that for you to be able to invest, Mr. Speaker, you must save. Kenya, for many years, has had mega savings in terms of pension, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, we saw some reforms, Mr. Speaker, in trying to mobilize savings, whereby you find that since independence, for many years, Mr. Speaker, the accumulated savings that had been taken as pension, especially under NSSF, Mr. Speaker, was about 300 billion, Mr. Speaker. Yet, Mr. Speaker, we have other countries that have much bigger savings from which even the government can borrow, from which, Mr. Speaker, they can partner with the private sector to improve our infrastructure, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, that's something that I should be able to really commend, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me mention about affordable housing. I was one of those few who were not very much for this, Mr. Speaker, but I've seen the transformation that comes with the affordable housing, Mr. Speaker, including markets Currently, in my constituency, we have a modern market coming up worth 376 million, Mr. Speaker. My people for all these years have been doing their mechanized, their roads, but their business by the roadside, Mr. Speaker. For now, we have a market which is well progressed, and I believe this is coming courtesy of affordable housing, Mr. Speaker. With that, Mr. Speaker, we also have hostels for my TVET. Luanda, for example, was one of those few institutions that not have a TVET. Right now, I can brag, Mr. Speaker, that we have a TVET that has been established in this regime. And the TVET, Mr. Speaker, will equally be having an affordable hostel, Mr. Speaker. I mean, Mr. Speaker, what else would you expect as a country if these are not the things to talk about? I therefore want to say that from where I sit, the speech by the President actually exceeded expectation, met expectation, Mr. Speaker, and I look forward that by the time he comes for re-election, Mr. Speaker, he will have exceeded expectation so that Kenyans can actually give him an opportunity to serve more. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Oyula, followed by the Honorable Odege, and Honorable Yusuf after that.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity also to contribute to the presidential speech. Mr. Speaker, the presidential speech brings out very clearly the areas this country has suffered and comes out to tell the country where we should go. This country has had a lot of problems, possibly because of not having foresight. But His Excellency, the President, has come up wisely and indicated the areas that Kenya should be, if only those activities or investments were carried out. Mr. Speaker, the President has outlined very clearly on what the country should do, what he intends to do on agriculture. Food shortage has been very common in Kenya. But now, with the proposed arrangements the President has come up with, I'm sure Kenyans, if we work hard, there should be no more food shortage in Kenya. We should be like countries like India that instead of being importers, have become exporters. In fact, Kenya now needs to be an exporter of food instead of importing things like maize and so forth. The President's proposals in his speech, I'm sure, are going to help Kenyans very well. Mr. Speaker, the President also touched on infrastructure, particularly the road network and the railways. Mr. Speaker, you know, like I do, some years back, moving from Garissa to Wajir was a nightmare. But I'm sure now things have changed. And it's only because of the President's wise counsel. Mr. Speaker, the infrastructure is very important for a country's development. The business people can move freely, tourists can move freely, goods can be transported from one corner to the other without any hurdles. And I'm sure that's what the President has looked into. Having known Kenya very well, he is a person who has crisscrossed this country. So he knows all the problems that our country is in. And he can tell you which problem is where. And that's why he's able to mention most of these roads we have in Kenya. It's because of that that the President is looking ahead to make sure that some of these roads are properly constructed, are properly maintained, and we have also dual carriage to reduce the congestion we experience on our roads. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the education, the changes that are coming in education are going to be very helpful to our children. And without proper education, Mr. Speaker, we cannot export manpower out of Kenya. So, Mr. Speaker, the introduction of technical schools are going to help a lot of our young women and men to advance beyond Kenya. that will also reduce the pressure on unemployment that we have in Kenya. So, Mr. Speaker, what the President has come up with are very, very important, including the health sector, the power, and ICT. To be able to fund all these areas, Mr. Speaker, the President has proposed investments where monies can be invested for use in some of these projects. The President has proposed creation of a fund where some of the proceeds we'll get from some of our assets can be invested for use within the country.
Give him an additional 2 more minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we can talk of so many projects that are required to be done in this country, but without cash, we cannot do much. So in his wisdom, the President has proposed creation of a fund. And this fund, Mr. Speaker, is going to help the Kenyan economy. It's going to ensure that we avoid unnecessary borrowing. Some borrowing is not used for development, but for recurrent. So, Mr. Speaker, these investments, if well looked after, we will reduce our borrowing requirement. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to congratulate the President for looking at this country and coming with a forward looking to help the country in the future. It does not mean that these things will be done tomorrow. This is going to be done in stages to make sure that we grow out evenly and ensure that the economy of this country can accommodate, can cover all the requirements of this country. With those few remarks, I want to thank you, Mr. Speaker, for having given me the opportunity. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, we had got the eye of Honorable Odege, and followed by the Honorable Yusuf, followed by the Honorable Cynthia Muge, and then Kanchori Memusi, in that order, and then Manduku. Proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Allow me to join my colleagues in debating the President's presentation, which was here on Thursday last week. And as I'm also adding my voice to the same debate, allow me first to congratulate our President.
Okay.
Can I continue?
Yes, continue.
Okay.
Honorable Odege, continue.
Allow me to congratulate our President for that eloquent presentation he made in this house here. And he touched on very, very key and essential areas which affect our country as we are standing here today. I want to pick on a number of issues, around 7, which are of very much importance to me and my people of Nyatike. On food security, in fact, I was very happy to listen to what President came to pass to the people of Kenya. We cannot depend on rain-fed agriculture in our country if we want to sustain our food security in this country. If you look at our neighbors currently, they contribute over 60% of what we are consuming in Kenya today. And I don't want to deny this. Some of our neighbors are not very comfortable with us, and we cannot sit pretty trusting them to feed our nation. So as a country, we must wake up and ensure that in the next 5 to 10 years, we should be in a position to ensure that food we produce in Kenya is enough for our people. Today, if you go to our borders, that one of Kenya to Uganda and Kenya to Tanzania, you'll be surprised to see the number of lorries crossing to Kenya and leaving Kenya. Those lorries will cross to Kenya when they're full, and they will cross Kenya to those countries when they're empty, which means our business community are visiting our neighboring countries to look for food for ourselves, which means we cannot feed ourselves. So if we go by what the President said, and we made sure that our semi-arid areas are irrigated to produce enough food for our people, I think this is the right direction to go. Because today, if our neighbors can close out their borders, Kenyans will cry or starve for food because we don't have enough food which is produced locally in our country. On the same note, I also want to challenge our ministries, because there are sometimes when our people produce, I would say rice, like in my constituency, we have struggled to start producing rice, but you find those small farmers there, they lack market where they can sell their paddy. And there was a moment when Ugandans were coming to my constituency and carry the raw paddy with them to Uganda. And after processing in Uganda, they again export to Kenya as Ugandan rice. So I would want to ask our country that as we are moving forward to ensure that we feed our people, we should also encourage our people to produce locally and when the market is also available for them. But when you produce and you don't have market, because we are very happy importing, then again we discourage our people. But on food security, the president was very clear and we have to support him in constructing dams and ensuring that we keep water enough for us to produce enough food for our people. On the sugar sector, again, my constituency, we are sugarcane farmers, and I want to echo this. When Sony Sugar was not working, our people got stranded with cane. And the private sector, which came forth and were telling us they were ready to do business with us, could not cope with the production, and our people really went at a loss. So on sugar sector, we lost it, and now we are back. And I want to thank the president for coming up with a very good strategy to ensure that our people are given enough opportunity to produce and get much needed profit for themselves. You're scaring me, that right? Honorable Speaker.
I give the honorable member an additional 4 minutes. Proceed, Honorable.
Thank you.
Odege, you need this time.
When I talk about infrastructure, there is no single country in the world which can move from third world to developed country without roads. So if we don't develop our roads up to the rural area, there is no single day we will reach a level where we can say we are now developed. So by our president coming here and say they are foreseeing a situation where they can tarmac up to 10,000 kilometers, even though it's not enough for the country, but it's a good start. There is no way we can claim any development if our roads are in pathetic situation. By coming up to open our roads into dwelling, I still want to urge the government that we ensure that our rural areas are also opened at the same pace, so that those who are seriously in need of agriculture health can get to the point where they want in the most needed time possible, so that we don't waste any time. But with roads, I can assure you of getting development very fast. In my constituency, also I want to thank the president, because since independence, we have never had any meaningful road. But today, as I'm standing here, around 100 kilometers of roads are being done in my constituency, which I think is history in my life and history to my people of Nyatike. On employment of teachers, again, I want to say there is no way we can have an educated population. When I was looking at the most educated countries in Africa, I was shocked to see Kenya not in the list of top 10. And you ask yourself, why? We need to be in top 2, not even 10, because I think we have what it takes to educate our people. So our ambition as a country, we should be the top when it comes to education, because we cannot allow ourselves to be a second fiddle to any country in Africa. We are the best, and we must maintain the best. So by employing more teachers, I think we're in the right direction. So the only bit which I want to ask the government, let us employ them and retain them by providing them what they need, both salary, security, and tools to deliver to our students in this country. That one will help us to move very fast. On health, I don't want to repeat much on this one, but what I wanted to say, Kenya is losing a lot of money when it comes to cancer treatment, which is currently being done majorly outside the country. Those machines which we are visiting outside the country, we can as well import them in our country here, so that we limit external treatment for our people. Let us zero in on major key diseases which are making our people to seek for treatment outside the country, so that we fix our own health issues in our country. But before I move out of health, I want to ask the government, let us not move as the national government and leave the county governments behind. 80% of our health needs are in the counties, and you will agree with me now, almost 90% of our county governments have not provided the health we need for our country. If I'm wrong, I beg to be corrected from any quarter. But when you go to the rural areas there, our level of treatment, when you go to the hospital and you leave satisfied, is when you get medicine from that facility. Not getting prescription, getting medicine from that facility. So it would be my urge, I know most governors are listening to me today, let us compete. Let us not fix health at the national government level and not at the county level. Let us move at the same pace so that the health of Kenyans can be secured from national up to the county level at the dispensary and the lowest level possible. On electricity, because of time, let me move very fast. I want to thank the government because we are making more efforts.
The Honorable Odege, the Honorable Member for Nandi, Cynthia Muge, would want to inform you. Do you wish to be informed?
Yes.
Proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and the Honorable Member of the floor for allowing me to inform them. Honorable Speaker, I want to first agree with him and also inform and confirm to him that the true measure of receiving quality healthcare is for you to walk into a facility, be checked, be diagnosed, be treated, and be given medicine as you leave. And it is exactly what's not happening in the county governments, Honorable Speaker. And he has also spoken that the governors are listening to him. I want to tell him that both the sitting and the future governors are listening to him, and he will be a happy man when the future comes.
Enough.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm well informed. And I want to thank her for, in fact, coming out very clearly. There is no way we'll dream of a healthy country if the county government does not fix health at the county level. We must, it's a demand we need to put forth as a country. Because as we are talking now, the issue of lack of medicine in our facilities, especially the lower ones down there, is alarming. People don't get treated. People don't get medicine. And the majority of people are giving prescriptions to go and buy cannot afford those medicine. SHA will only work if you go to the hospital and you go back with the medicine. But if you go under SHA and you're given a prescription and you cannot afford medicine, we are killing our own society, which should not be the case. Let us see that we fix health, both from national up to the county level. Honorable Speaker, on issue of electricity, I happened to be in the Energy Committee. Last year, I was privileged to join my colleagues when we visited South Africa to benchmark on what they're doing there. I was shocked. Over 16,000 megawatts of electricity in South Africa are produced from wind. Over 10,000 are produced from solar. So as my colleague Elisa was talking very well about nuclear power, I know we can go and look for nuclear power for our country, but it will take time. Wind and solar are available today. Why don't we fix what we can fix immediately as we are waiting for the future ones? Because at 3,100 megawatts as a country, there is no productivity we can do using electricity. So any serious investor coming to the country, after seeing 3,000, they'll go away because we don't have electricity. Last but not least, let me skip the issue of housing. I finish by talking about security. I want to say and thank our government for what they have done on security. I know we have had a number of security lapses, including the ones in northern Kenya and other areas.
Yes.
But what the government has done so far is an assurance that we can protect our country. Like this week, there was a security scare in Moyale. And when you look at the response our country gave, I must say, as a Kenyan and an MP in this country, that I'm very happy the way we are conducting security issues on our people. Let us keep it up and allow me also to congratulate our president and assure him of our support. Even if before I go for hours, and assure him of my support and my people of Nyatike for what he has done for my people in my constituency. Thank you.
Yeah, the Honorable MP for Wajir West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to contribute to this, the presidential speech. Mr. Speaker, allow me first to congratulate the President on coming up with a very ambitious plan to take Kenya to the highest level. If I read this document, it clearly guides us to a better place if implemented the way it is. However, Mr. Speaker, as a member of parliament from northern Kenya, specifically Wajir West, I feel left out in this document completely. The President, in his own wisdom, has come up with an ambitious plan to have infrastructure bond or funds, to have electricity fund, and decided to do a dueling of roads in various roads, as he mentioned in his speech. But unfortunately, none is in northern Kenya. Mr. Speaker, as we talk about dueling of roads, some parts of this country have no single tarmac road. The President has promised to tarmac the road from Garissa to Mandera, Mr. Speaker. And some sections of that road has started. But the progress of the work and even the budgeting of that specific project is a problem, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when we are talking about electricity, we don't have the grid in Mandera and in Wajir. And I was expecting the President at least to consider, at least, if not all, one of those projects to be completed within this 2 year coming. Mr. Speaker, we talk about housing, affordable housing, which is a very noble idea. But how many percent of these houses have been built in northern Kenya? I was hearing some saying they are having in their constituency 100 kilometers of roads. Some members speaking here. While we don't have even a single tarmac road, leave off the constituency, but the entire stretch of the region. I'm hearing others talking about markets, ESP markets, of around 300 million or 400 million. But none of that kind of markets are in northern Kenya, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to ask...
Yeah, hang on. Yes, what's your point of order, Honorable Cynthia?
Honorable Speaker, I do not have authority to speak on behalf of the people of Wajir or the people of the constituency that the honorable member comes from. But Honorable Speaker, as a member of this House and as a Kenyan, I would want to see the statement of fact to the effect that there is no single tarmac in Wajir, Honorable Speaker, because I had thought there is a bit of it, not exactly enough to satisfy the Honorable Member, but I want the statement of fact, Honorable Speaker, for record.
There is fair enough. I think that was a very general statement by the Honorable Member, both in the terms of the tarmac for the roads as well as the
I will answer the good lady.
Yes.
There is no tarmac road in Wajir. If you want to believe, I can take you if you want.
Are you sure, Honorable Member?
Yes. There is no tarmac road that was built by this government, or even before. That is what I'm saying. From Madogashe to Wajir town, we can even travel if you want today. First from Madogashe to Samatar, that road is in annuity. In an annuity program, it was tendered, and again the contractor failed to go there before this government. The problem is still continuing. The president promised to cancel the annuity program and to retender so that it will be built under the World Bank project. But none has started. From Samatar to Wajir, it is the Arab Consortium banks who are supposed to do. The tendering process, the advertisement was done, and it has not yet been awarded up to date. If you want the fact, we have the fact for you, my dear sister. On housing, Mr. Speaker, on this, now in my conclusion, Mr. Speaker, I want to request the President, let him include the Northern Kenya in this beautiful, ambitious plan, so that we are also part and parcel of this country, Mr. Speaker. I am very happy for the rest of the country who got the roads. I'm very happy for the rest of the country who got electricity. I'm not against the development of other parts of this country. And I congratulate and support the President to come up with this kind of programs, Mr. Speaker. However, I will be lying to the people of Wajir West if I don't say exactly if I'm excluded in this. It is not me against Bing or anybody, but I am saying, stating facts, I want to be included in this and to be part of the national cake. Mr. Speaker, we support the President 100%, and we are ready to support him.
Yeah, you give the Honorable Member an additional 3 minutes.
Not enough, Mr. Speaker. We support the President, and we are ready to support him. But we want and we are asking for the fair share of Northern Kenya. Mr. Speaker, I have seen the President coming up with a very brilliant idea of harvesting rainwater. But how many the dams he mentioned here, how many of those dams are from the 80% of the arid lands that we want to irrigate, and we want to produce food for the food security for this country? How many dams? Those are the questions we're asking. And we want the President to go back to the drawing board to rearrange and include us in his program so that we become part of the infrastructure finance. We become part of the programs that are done under the water irrigation systems. We become part of the electricity programs, Mr. Speaker. We want to see the Mingrid from Garissa to Wajir, or from Mayale to Wajir, or from Ethiopia to Mandera. We are just asking and requesting the President to include. We are not even saying we need tarmac roads in the constituency. We are asking for that stretch to be completed.
Honorable.
With those few remarks.
Honorable Yusuf.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The fidelity to facts is a very important thing. And the chair draws your attention to 118 of the speech that was given by the president. It says the Minister of Water, Sanitation, and Irrigation, alongside all relevant agencies, has already mapped the precise locations of these dams. This project spans the breadth of our republic from High Grand Falls, a mega dam on River Dawa in Mandera, Isiolo Barsalinga Dam, Yatta in Machakos, Sigli Canal in Garissa, Soinkoru in Kisumu, Romuruti in Laikipia, Duchi in Embu, and Naraka Nidi Lawat, Naraka Lidi Lawat in Turkana, Muhoya Dam in Yeri and Kirinyaga, Norusura in Narok, and Aror in Algeyo Marakwet. Others include Ndarugu in Kiambu, Kokwanyo in Homa Bay, Rare in Kilifi, Tongaren in Bungoma, and many more strategic sites. From this, we have 3 dams in the north. Order. Because the fidelity to facts is very important. And I suggest you read the. Yes.
I want to refer you to the presidential speech. With dams, we can transform our arid and semi-arid into hubs of agricultural production. 115. With dams, we can transform our arid and semi-arid areas into hubs of agricultural production, even in the absence of rainfall.
Do you want to be informed by the
No.
Honorable Cynthia?
Let me just say my point and then she can inform me later.
Yes, proceed.
So when we are talking about, the president is talking about 80% of the arid lands. I'm not saying we were not included. I said, how many of those dams are in the arid and semi-arid areas?
There are about, right now in the north alone, there are about 4.
4 out of 50.
So
the Ministry of Waters and alongside
Order. We're not going to have back and forth. Just read 118. Don't cherry pick. Read the whole speech. Proceed. He's already on his. He's not on his feet, so he cannot be informed when he's not on his feet. You want to inform who now? No, but you want to inform. He declined your information. Fair enough. I have no authority to force him. No, the House is not misled because the House has got this and the chair has already drawn the attention of the honorable member to a bit of a fallacy in his own statements. And I think he's going to go back into this. And other members have, who are going to contribute, who also have copies of the speech. And you can inform. You can inform Honorable Memusi, who's the next one. Memusi, proceed. Because this is a discussion on the speech of the president, so you can inform anybody who is on his feet.
Yeah, thank you.
On any
Thank
aspect of this speech itself. Proceed.
Thank you, Honorable
If
Speaker.
he or she is willing to be informed. Proceed.
Honorable Speaker, these seats are breaking.
What is happening?
We need maintenance here.
Okay.
Honorable Speaker, let me take this opportunity to also join my colleagues in congratulating our president. Mr. Speaker, I've been in this House for quite some time now. And I must say that this is one of the best State of Nation addresses that I have ever sat to listen, ever since I joined this House. Why do I say that, Mr. Speaker? The reason why I say that, Honorable Speaker, is one, the State of the Nation's address by the President touched on almost every sector of this country. If you look at health, the President touched on something on the health sector. If you look at our road infrastructure, there was something in it. Most importantly, for the people of Kajiado County, we are happy, Honorable Speaker, to hear that Athi River Namanga Road will be dual carriage. What does this mean to the people of Kajiado? Honorable Speaker, in simple terms, it means that I can commute from Nairobi to Kajiado. I can live in my rural village and work in Nairobi. It means, Honorable Speaker, that the people who are doing business and are stuck in jam for hours can easily move and do their business. Honorable Speaker, the speech by the President also inspired the right-thinking Kenyans. It gave hope to many people. And I'm saying right-thinking Kenyans, Honorable Speaker, because in this country now, unfortunately, we are forming a culture of criticizing everything, not even understanding what you're criticizing. Just because it is the President who has said something, you want to bring out the negativity without even understanding what has been said. But I want to say the right-thinking Kenyans have been motivated because the potential of this country was clearly brought out by this speech. The potential of this country, we are able to grow our own food, we are able to feed our population. Facts were brought out, very scary facts on food security, that the entire country has been fed for a very long time by only 15% of the landmass of this country. Very scary, Mr. Speaker. Very scary because our population is increasing every day. We are giving birth. And yet, as a country, we have never thought about where our food is coming from. Someone somewhere is sitting pretty in this country and be comfortable to buy onions, buy tomatoes, buy everything and not thinking of where they're coming from. But the President triggered a conversation to tell Kenyans that it is not right that we have dependent for so long. We have been dependent on only 15% of the landmass of this country to feed 85% of the landmass. The potential of this country is not only in the 15% of the landmass in this country. The potential of this country is also in the more than 70% of the arid areas in this country. And what did the President say about the arid areas of this country? He has brought out the potential that these areas can have to feed this country. In terms of water, the President is on record saying that we don't need rains to grow food. And many people have gone on social media not understanding that this is a possibility. They have gone to criticize the President's speech. And today, as I stand here before this House, Honorable Speaker, I want to be a testimony. I want to tell you that in Kajiado, right now, there are no rains. But I am growing fodder.
Honorable Mamusi, an additional 4 minutes.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I want to stand here and say I'm a testimony that in Kajiado, as much as it is dry, it has not rained, but some of us are irrigating fodder that is feeding animals. The migration of animals that we continuously see among the pastoralist community is something that can be ended.
Point of order.
What is out of order, Honorable Speaker? Please protect me from...
Give you a moment to...
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, the honorable member is misleading the House and Kenyans that you can grow food without rain. And again, he goes further to say that the water they have reserved in the reservoirs. That means that water came from rain. So you need rain to have water in dams in order to irrigate. So you can't mislead Kenyans.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And it's good.
The honorable member means that you can have a non-rain-fed agriculture,
It's
which
good-
means either
it's
using
good-
dams
it's
or
good.
using underground water, subsurface water, both.
It's good that the
But
Honorable...
it's fair enough. He's happy with that.
It's good that the Honorable Wanjala has raised that issue so that I get an opportunity to educate not just him,
Yes.
but many other ignorant Kenyans on this fact. Honorable Speaker, countries like Israel
Yes.
receive less than 150 millimeters of rain. To grow crops, Honorable Speaker, you need a minimum of at least a month of rain. A month of rain to grow crops. That is rain-fed agriculture. But when you're doing irrigation, when you conserve your water, when it rains or when you have boreholes and you have conserved your water, even one rainfall can help germinate your crop, and you can continuously irrigate throughout with no rains, but with the water that you have preserved. So Honorable Wanjala, you know, when certain things are said, we say them from experience. I have just stated a fact that right now in Kajiado, we did not receive much rains. But I have dams that are full, and I'm irrigating fodder when there is no rain. So it is possible for Kenya to be fed from these arid and semi-arid areas, as opposed to us depending. Please, Honorable
Wanjala, allow the Honorable.
You will come and also state your facts.
You don't allow people to mislead.
What is your point of order now again?
Mr. Speaker, I'm very clear.
Yes.
It's not that we cannot grow crops without the really raining,
Yes.
but we irrigate. But I'm saying that for you to get that water for irrigation, you must get it from rain. No, where do you get from?
You know, Honorable Speaker, it is very sad for a leader in the stature of my chair to be live on national TV and reveal his ignorance. There are people who are doing irrigation from boreholes, yeah, that do not need rainfall. So it is possible. Honorable Wanjala, please wait for your time so that you can.
Honorable Wanjala,
also.
The chair notes that because the chair is from an arid area, that you can extract water from underground. You can also extract water.
Yes.
There is desalinated water also from the sea that can be used for agriculture and for drinking.
Exactly.
Proceed.
Exactly. There are countries like Egypt that sit on the Nile.
Yes.
You know, and they are fully dependent on the River Nile. Yes. So there are many ways to grow food, and the mindset of Kenyans has been you cannot have food when it is not raining. That is the mindset that we are trying. And you can see it is very difficult because people who are exposed as Honorable Wanjala are still very ignorant of the fact that it is possible to grow food without rainfall. But moving on to another point, Honorable Speaker, the most ignored sector of this country has been the education sector. Ignored in all ways, ignored in infrastructure, ignored in staff support. In the arid areas, for example, Kajiado, where I come from, Honorable Speaker, you would find a whole school of a population.
Give the Honorable Mamuse an additional 4 minutes. He is talking to the heart of the nation and the chair for this matter. Proceed.
Thank you, Honorable
Proceed.
Speaker. I know you can relate with these issues.
I come from a pastoral area. Yes.
You would find a school in a place like Kajiado with a population of not less than 200 students, with only one employed TSC teacher. Only one, and that's a head teacher. He is the one responsible for teaching more than 6-7 streams. How does one do that? So we have compromised for a very long time on the quality of our education. You find a child in these areas who have finished primary, has joined secondary school, and has finished Form 4, but cannot eloquently express themselves. Why? They've never gotten an opportunity to be taught. But this government, Honorable Speaker, has employed so far more than 70,000 teachers. This is an area that has been ignored in terms of staffing. It has also been ignored in terms of infrastructure. For very long, we've always been dependent on NGCDF. And I want to take this opportunity to tell members, if there is a fund in this country that has changed the landscape of Kenya, it is NGCDF. And for that, we must not allow anybody to touch that fund. And I want to appeal also to the president, because the president is keen to changing this country. He is the only president that I have seen talking a different conversation about Kenya, talking about the potential that this country has. I want to appeal to him to protect NGCDF, because that is the fund that belongs to the people. And if it is touched by whatever means, if it is legal issues, they will blame this regime for losing NGCDF. So, Honorable Speaker, this speech or the State of the Nation address so many areas that are important to Kenyans. And my only concern right now, I'm thinking, what is the succession plan of this country? After President William Samoei Ruto, with the good plans, because he will do his 2 terms comfortably, who else will come and think about health? Who else will come and think about housing? Who else? I think, Honorable Speaker, we need to start thinking about the succession of this country after William Samoei Ruto. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
The Honorable Manduku Wanjala is Manduku, followed by Manjala. Order. Order, Honorable Wanjala. And then followed by the Honorable Tonui from Kurisoi. And then progressively we continue like that. Honorable Manduku, proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think we should forgive Honorable Wanjala because he comes from a flood-prone area and he may not understand the issues of arid and semi-arid. Mr. Speaker, let me start by giving my condolences to the family of the late Raila Odinga and the larger Jaramogi family for the loss of Madam Beryl. We pray that God puts or rests her soul in eternal peace. Mr. Speaker, listening to the President's speech, I remembered a similar speech given by the late President Mwai Kibaki on the realization of the Vision 2030. And I could correlate many aspirations in that speech in which we endeavor or aspire to be a middle-level country by the year 2030 with a double-digit growth, if sustained in the preceding years. Mr. Speaker, a few things that have gone well in this country. One, the teacher employment, where for the first time, we are talking of 100,000 teachers employed, a number that has never been realized since our independence. Mr. Speaker, on that point, I wish the President encouraged the Teacher Service Commission to also look at expanding the establishment and ensuring that there is fair promotion and adequate remuneration for the teachers so that we can continue motivating them and therefore maximize their talent on ensuring that our learners do very well in school. The second thing that has gone well, Mr. Speaker, is the affordable housing program. And Mr. Speaker, I speak here as an authority, having been at the launch of a similar exercise way back in the year 1995, when the then Minister for Public Works, Professor Jonathan Ngeno, who was a member of this House, launched this program at the KICC. At that time, I was a student of architecture, and it was thought that in the subsequent years, the President would launch the first program in Langata constituency. However, no one was bold enough until William Ruto came and launched this program. I've been privileged enough to walk and travel the breadth of this country, where I've seen real transformation in affordable housing, in markets. And as an architect, Madam Speaker, I want to confirm that this is a program that we ought to support as a country because it will ensure that we have our youths adequately employed, and also it may generate positive economic activities down in the constituencies. Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, sorry, we often compare ourselves to the Asian tigers, but we lose one fact, that at independence, the literacy levels in countries like Singapore and Malaysia was above 60%, while we in Kenya were below 20%. But more than that, these countries have been able to sustain growth because they worked on their populace. The trick or the way to achieve growth is by working on the software. Whilst the president talked of 5 trillion shillings, he did not talk about inclusion. He did not talk about meritocracy. He never spoke of excellence. And those are the factors that have led the growth of the Asian tigers. Madam Speaker, talking about inflation, stability of the Kenyan shilling versus the US dollar, growth in GDP, and other IMF ratings may not be useful to many Kenyans because the ultimate measure is cost of living and money in the pocket. Madam Speaker, on the issue of infrastructure, roads and railways, and the idea of bringing in sovereign and wealth funds to finance their construction, it is important, Madam Speaker, that we ensure that there's value for money even as we go into other alternative funding models for our large and ambitious infrastructure projects. Madam Speaker, on the issue of MSMEs, middle and small micro enterprises, it is very sad that up to 90% of the pending bills today are owed to this group of people. It is in this light, Madam Speaker, that I'm proposing to bring to this House
You can give him additional time.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I am proposing to bring a motion to this House to amend sections of the Public Procurement and Disposal Act and provide for 100% advance payment to all MSMEs for goods and services below 5 million shillings, provided that there is adequate guarantee or there's an escrow account arrangement. This will boost the liquidity of this very critical sector. Madam Speaker, on the ease of doing business, the President touched on it, but he forgot to say that our biggest problem in this country is the multiple and overlapping licenses. In some instances, Madam Speaker, you'd find an entity requiring up to 10 to 15 different licenses from different regulators, and yet this can be harmonized by having a single license window, as happens in our neighboring country, Rwanda. Madam Speaker, the President did not talk about the failure of devolution. Whereas devolution was supposed to ensure there's equitable development down at the grassroots, it is very sad that many of the projects that we see in this country today are as a result of the central government, and yet our governors receive their equitable share every year. Madam Speaker, we also did not talk about, the President also did not talk about nurturing of our national values, just like happened during the Asian Tigers growth. On a whole, Madam Speaker, I want to commend the President for having a bold and ambitious program, which we hope will transform this country and make this country a middle-level economy with double-digit growth, as previously envisioned in the Vision 2030. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Wanjala, it's your turn.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this chance. Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, while I want to thank the Honorable President for his speech, but sometimes I did enjoy it as a musical instrument. Madam Speaker, it is good the President, when he started, he said it was a vision, and later he said it's a story. And indeed, it is a story that we have heard. Maybe I was in this house when some of the people howling were in schools. Because, Madam Speaker, I was here in 1997. To date, I'm here. Madam Speaker, this country belongs to all of us. And each one of us, especially we in ODM, we right away started supporting our president when he said the country will grow together. He will make sure he develops the whole country. And Madam Speaker, the other day I was reading on the newspaper, they want to launch a very big hospital in Eldoret of 50 billion. Madam Speaker, there is already a big referral hospital in Eldoret. While other counties, we have 47 counties, Madam Speaker, in the country, that have no even a referral hospital. Then I was thinking, if we want to develop the whole of this country, if we have this 50 billion, why don't we build in every county a hospital worth 1 billion for referral? Or if there is one, we equip it to reduce the influx to people who will be going to Eldoret. The balance, which is 3 billion, to be used to expand the already existing hospital. Madam Speaker, this is where things go. There are disparities in this country. And there are people who, when they are not close to the leadership, they don't get development. 50 billion, Madam Speaker, is a lot of money to go to one section of a country. We need to spread it so that we
What's
do
your point
more.
of order, Honorable Kimayo?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, does the honorable member mean that Eldoret does not deserve the 50 billion hospital? And does it mean that does the hospital only mean to serve the people of Uasin Gishu? As much as I know, the hospital belongs to all people of Kenya who reside whether in Eldoret or in any other part of the country. And even the current hospital, the MTRH, which is there now, serves the people of Western, serves the people of Rift Valley, serves the people of Nyanza.
In fact, it serves 24 counties.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, I want to agree with him that Eldoret, as any other county, or Uasin Gishu as any other county, deserves development. But how does he enjoy somebody from Western, from Budalangi, traveling for a simple thing to Eldoret, while it would have been done in Busia or in Kakamega? This is what I'm saying, it's just we spread to reduce the influx and transport. And Madam Speaker, it requires ambulance, it requires transport, I don't know what, a lot of things, Madam Speaker. Therefore, let's distribute the little wealth we have in this country so that each one of us can benefit.
What's your point of order, Honorable Member for Kachiliba?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I wish to inform this member that we've got 47 county governments. And the reason why the 47 county governments were put in place is so that they can be able to devolve services. And one of the devolved services is health. So before he actually comes and complains in Parliament, can he tell us what the county government of Busia is doing as far as treating the simple things you're talking about is taking place? We are talking about a national issue, and you are not addressing a county issue first before you come here and complain about national issue.
Madam,
It is a point of information. Yes, proceed.
Madam Speaker, I want to tell the honorable member, it is only the Senate that is mandated to deal with the issues of county. Me, I'm dealing with the issue of national government that has released money to the county to build that hospital. That is where I am. I'm just saying, because at that level, we have where the policy is at the national level. That the policy should be, if we just gave $1 billion to each county, then we would have referral hospital, even if, however,
Yes,
there will be
member
small.
for Honorable Muge, what's your point of order? I'll come to you, Kanchori.
Honorable Speaker, is the honorable member in order to claim that the national government has sent money to the county government to actualize that project? That project, Honorable Speaker, is a PPP. It has nothing to do with the county governments. And Honorable Speaker, in this House of Parliament, we cannot afford to talk about distributing some 50 billion across all the counties when we are trying to get a center of excellence that has an aspect of sports and development of sports in Wasingishu, that is MTRH. I don't come from Wasingishu, Honorable Speaker, but because of the spirit of nationalism, I support that project, and all of us should be able to support so that we can have a center of excellence that all of us as a country can be able to get services from.
Honorable Kanchori, you had a point of order?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I wanted to request that you request a member to restrict himself and his debate to the State of the Nation address. This matter of Eldoret should actually be celebrated by every Kenyan. When I hear the Honorable Speaker saying people traveling from Western to Eldoret, Kenyans are going to India, for God's sake, for medical treatment. What is wrong with establishing a center of excellence that can be copied by other counties? What is wrong with that? We must start looking at Kenya without eyes of tribalism. We must start looking at our country and celebrating any achievement that is achieved anywhere, because it is an achievement for all of us. I would want that center to be put even in Turkana or anywhere else, so that I don't travel to India for medical treatment, that I can go to my own country. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Wako, we'll give you more time, Honorable Wanjala, don't worry. Honorable Wako.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. It is unfortunate that, a ranking member like Honorable Wanjala, who has been here since 1997, and some members here are saying that is the time they were born, to come up with such claims, because we are all Kenyans, and any such institutions placed in any part of this country will benefit the entire country and all Kenyans. So it is unfortunate that that is the way you are thinking, and the president has done the right thing. Ours is just to encourage him to continue doing that and also consider other parts of this country so that we can diversify.
Give him time. Give him more time.
Madam Speaker, I'm not against what is happening in Eldoret. But if you followed number 16 on page 4 of the presidential speech, that he said, I have often spoken of the Asian tigers, South Korea, Singapore, Hong Kong, and Malaysia. By the way, okay, I will skip that. Countries that at independence were our peers in nearly every measurable way. They had no extraordinary resources. They had no extraordinary resources. They were not superhuman. They simply had the courage to make bold, disciplined, deliberate choices and invested in their people. And that is what I'm saying, Madam Speaker, that Garissa, if they gave Garissa
it's not
1 billion.
Order, Honorable Wanjala.
Oh.
It's not Madam Speaker.
Oh, sorry. I was reading Honorable Speaker. I didn't know you had changed the chair city. So, Honorable Speaker, or Mr. Speaker, what I meant is that we all deserve the best. Already, we have a very big hospital, which is serving us. I'm not denying. It may require expansion. But why do we put 50 billion in one when the rest of the country we have none? We have none. It's only Kenyatta and Eldoret.
Point of order or
That's
point of
what we are saying. That let's distribute. That let's do.
Order, Honorable Wanjala. What's your point of order? You will have more time. Give him an additional 4 minutes, Wanjala, or 5 minutes in this case. Proceed. Yeah, what's your point of order?
Mr. Speaker, I didn't mean to interrupt him, but when he asks, what is the point of having 50 billion for an hospital. I think he's forgetting that our president is talking about first world. And we cannot be first world if we don't have centers of excellence. So the president is using that one hospital to be a at that one.
Hospital. It is not a hospital of first instance, which means you have county, sub-county hospitals. You have hospitals in your counties, you have health centers, you have dispensaries. It's only when they are unable to deal with that case that they will refer you either to Kenyatta National Hospital or to the Moi Teaching Referral Hospital or to the Kenyatta University Referral Hospitals. So far we have, and I know there is one coming up in Kisumu. So yes, you are assuming that that's the only hospital. It's also for serving day-to-day issues, because those are already under the county governments. So I think you don't have your information right.
Order, Honorable Nyala. Yes, what's your point? Are you on a point of order, Dr. Mutunga? Or information? Do you wish to be informed by Dr. Mutunga? Yeah, proceed.
Honorable Speaker, I stand not as a member of parliament from that region.
Yes.
And I stand to inform, remind Wanjala that right now, people from Budalangi are coming to Nairobi. When the referral hospital, Moi Referral and Training Hospital is ready, they will cover shorter distances from Budalangi. Perfect. That is one thing. The other thing, Honorable Speaker, when we stand on a point of order saying we should not establish such initiatives or rather invest in such initiatives in various parts of this country, I think we are fighting against our own ideals of developing this country. What is wrong with having such facilities in such an area? Somebody from Turkana travels all the way to Nairobi. We will have halved the distance. Somebody from Samburu travels from very far distances coming here. Honorable Speaker, I think the Honorable Ajala has no point in trying to further that kind of an argument in this House.
Do you wish to be informed by Madam Cynthia? No.
Honorable Speaker,
yes.
I'm not opposed to Eldoret Referral Hospital. I'm not. But I'm saying that the majority of our counties, the hospitals that are there cannot do anything. They are dilapidated, they are down. We are using 50 billion in a hospital that is already existing, that only needs expansion. Why don't we just take each 1 billion to 47 counties, build other referral hospitals, so that anybody who live, as he said, people from Budalangi, imagine coming all the way, you need 12 hours from Budalangi to Kenyatta National Hospital. And maybe that thing would have been treated at the county level. This is what I'm saying. I'm not opposed to expansion of those existing hospitals. I'm not opposed to those ones that will come up. But I'm saying at the moment, if we want to go the Korea style, the Singapore style, or whatever, let's develop the whole country. Honorable Speaker, the President talked of 28,000 roads. And those, it is true, those are things that will spur development. But how are we going to approach them? Honorable Speakers, the President said here that those people are not superhuman beings, yes, and that we must make bold step and we must be disciplined. Honorable Speaker.
What's your point of order, Honorable Cynthia?
You know, Honorable Speaker, is it in order for the Honorable Wanjala to insinuate that the kind of project that is being launched under MTRH should have been expanded. You know, Honorable Speaker, he seems not to be knowing how MTRH looks like, and he seems not to understand that MTRH is actually in town. The facility that we're talking about has been taken all the way to Kiplombe, a new area, so that it can be able to support a 4,000 bed capacity and 60 ICU units. Honorable Speaker, we cannot allow Honorable Wanjala to mislead the House. As much as I agree with him that many other parts should get money for them to upgrade their facilities, you cannot take away from this particular project because it has its own partners and it has its own objective and cannot be used otherwise.
Honorable Speaker, it is written in the Bible.
Allow Honorable Wanjala.
Yeah. It is written in the Bible that those who have more will be added unto them. So they are happy because they have, and more is being added unto them. Thank you. Honorable Speaker,
you've taken a lot of time from
No, because there were interjections, Honorable Speaker.
No, I will give you an additional 4 minutes because
Thank you.
A lot of time has been taken.
I want to ask the Honorable President that to have the roads, the ambitious plans he has, and the ambitious plans he has to do the dams, Honorable Speaker, is a very good idea. But then how are we going to approach it? We don't have enough money. As he has said, that with that limited resources they used. But Mr. Speaker, we must make a deliberate move that let's use Army, Kenya Army, or recruit more National Youth Service. Let's not engage the businessmen who want to make profit to do this work for us to succeed. That is what people did in Korea. And Honorable Speaker, we must also eradicate corruption. But people who are corrupt, they always run to the parties that are ruling. Today, the candidate of UDA in Mbere is being looked for by EACC because he stole money from Kenyatta National Hospital. It is all over the newspaper.
Order. Honorable Wanjala, would you wish to be informed by the Deputy Speaker? Yes. Proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Sholei,
Honorable Wanjala, I just need to inform you that you're saying that we shouldn't use businessmen, we should use the Army and so on, or National Youth Service. Actually, the Moi Teaching Referral Hospital that's being built is being done by the KDF, the Kenya Defense Forces. The stadiums, including Kipchoge Keino, Talenta, are being built by the Army. KICC was renovated by the Army. The renovations that have happened in this National Assembly was being done by the Army. So that's already happening. So give credit where it's due.
Honorable Speaker, you didn't hear me saying it is wrong. So I appreciated it, but I only gave it away that businessmen have really incapacitated this country. And that is why we are not moving, because they take a lot of money from the government. If we just bought equipment, employed more army, our boys have no jobs, got more National Youth Service, trained them, gave them the equipment. It is only to buy fuel, equipment, and pay salaries. We will achieve what the government wants.
Are you on a point
And
of
we
order?
must stop corruption, because those who have stolen, they run to the ruling party, like what we are seeing in Mbere. We don't want them to bring an MP here and tomorrow is arrested, taken to court.
Honorable Pasaris Esther is on a point of order.
I'm getting a bit concerned when you make a blanket statement about businessmen. We were at a point once in our country where everything was nationalized, and that's not the direction to go. But the using of KDF or using of the army is okay, but the private sector are the engine of any country. That is where the resources come from. So please, let's not make blanket statements on business people. We want to attract as many foreign investors as possible to come and do business in our country. They're the ones who employ our people. And we also want to be able to do what we can for ourselves as a country. But we cannot just say that business people are the problem in this country. Kenya needs the private sector. Kenya needs the business people.
Honorable Speaker, I agree with her. But it is not the army that will be manufacturing cement. It is not the army that will be manufacturing tarmac. It is not the army that will be manufacturing metal. It is not the army that will be manufacturing timbers. It is not the army that will be manufacturing boots or clothes they wear or other things. But we are only saying manpower to do this work. Like what she has said, you can see how fast the biggest stadium has gone. And you can see even that is how Kibaki improved this country when he took over in 2002. He used the National Youth Service to do some of the roads and the army. And that is the route we should go. And deal with the corruption that these people, especially the ESCC has let us down. First of all, how did they clear this man in Mbere to go and contest?
Honorable Wanjala, order.
Honorable Speaker.
You cannot condemn somebody who has no powers to protect himself on the floor of the House.
I have not mentioned the name.
Order. Don't. There is a due process in this country. I will rule you as out of order, whether it's in Mbere or in Garissa or in Budalangi. Don't condemn an individual who has no, access to protect himself here. So you continue and give the speech on the basis of the substances that were in the president's speech, and address the national address and continue. And by the way, for your information, even in developed world, there are referral centers of excellence.
Of course.
The US, for example, you've heard about the Mayo Clinic. You've heard about the Johns Hopkins Clinic. You've heard about what they call the Cleveland Clinic. Those are the three top range there, and they're called the serious, and the same thing in the UK and many other countries. So to have a few exceptional top, referral and research institutions in the country in the name of Moi Referral or in Kenyatta University and Research and Referral is a normal thing. But anyway, continue.
Honorable Speaker, if you heard me well, and you heard Honorable Yusuf well, is that there is no road between the tarmac road from there to where? To Garissa. How many roads are in Kiambu here? How many roads are in Muranga? How many roads? We are saying the little we have, let's share. Don't invest in one place. That is what I'm saying, Honorable Speaker. That Garissa, they have no single referral hospital. Do they have? You are from Garissa. Tell these people the truth, that the little that is there, let's share, so that there are some people in Garissa who cannot afford transport to Kenyatta National Hospital.
What is your point of order, Cynthia? I also would give the Honorable Wanjana an additional 4 or 5 minutes. The Madam Cynthia is on a point of order. What's the out of order, Madam Cynthia?
Yeah, Honorable Speaker, the Honorable Wanjala I was agreeing with him until he mentioned the issue that Honorable Yusuf raised. And Honorable Speaker, being a Kenyan, as much as I come from Nandi and represent the people of Nandi, I have taken it upon myself to confirm the claim that there is no tarmac road in Wajir. And Honorable Speaker, this is a confirmation from the DG Kera that has told me that Tarbaj has 10 kilometers ongoing and others is complete, Eldas 7 kilometers, Bute 7.2 kilometers, Habaswein 10 kilometers, Hadado 10 kilometers, and Griftu 10 kilometers. Honorable Speaker, we must argue with facts on this floor of the House so that we can avoid making very baseless and
the rules somehow shackle us. I mean, as a chair right now, I cannot debate with a member or order with another member. But as you put it, in Wajir, there are tarmac roads in Wajir. Not as good as other parts of the country, but they are. And there's also an elaborate, very ambitious program to tarmac everything. In the other case, there are referral hospitals in everywhere. We have the Provincial General Hospital in Garissa, which is a level 5, which is a referral hospital. So essentially, when you say referral hospitals, they're there. But of course, you have to understand exactly how the hierarchy of the health sector is. And there are a few exceptional research. Kenyatta is a research hospital and referral, and MTRH. So proceed, Honorable Wanjala. But nonetheless, you are making the House lively, so the chair has no issues with you. Continue.
Honorable Speaker, I want to agree with you, but the honorable member said they had not done we are over 60 years since independence. Honorable Speaker, 60 years. That area has not seen tarmac. Even the DG is confirming it is when they have done 7 kilometers. How many kilometers have they done in Kiambu How many kilometers have been done in Muranga? How many kilometers have been done in Meru? Those are the questions.
Are you questioning the past or you're questioning the present?
The past have got bearing on the future.
And who is responsible for the past?
The people who are in the offices are responsible to make sure that now the past benefited, those who did not benefit, like Busia, like Garissa, should now benefit.
And then if you got it very right, the speech was based on equity and equality.
Yes, and that's where I am.
Okay, proceed.
Yes. Equity is the most important thing here. Even when honorable member about dams, Budalangi has suffered. Budalangi Nyando, we have suffered. The government has been seeing us, our houses demolished, washed away, people suffering, no action taken. Today, Honorable Speaker, I want to confirm to you that we are a bit relieved. That's why you have not heard, because William Ruto just gave us a dike of 153 million. This is what I'm talking about. The same is being done to Nyando. Then why don't we prioritize the dams on River Nzoia and River Nyando? Because these are where problems are. Still in his speech, Tongareni Dam, which is supposed to save people in Budalangi, is put as others. It's not prioritized. What I'm saying is that let's prioritize. We are still talking about Kimwareri, Aror. They have not told us where the money that was allocated at that time went to. 7 billion. They tried arresting people. They have not charged them. They never imprisoned them. They are not in jail. They still want to allocate more money. We need them to prioritize these rivers that are causing problems. The Tana River that is causing problems in Tana River and many others.
When you say others, you do not in any way diminish the importance of the ones that, this is the way the English language, I'm sure you...
Honorable Speaker, others comes later. When you are done with the priorities.
Order, Honorable, it says, it talks about Yata in Machakos, Sigli Kanaling, Embu is Tuchi in Embu, Mhoya, and the others are others, which means as much as these ones. It doesn't mean any less than the other ones. You know what I mean? Others are Kokwanyo, Ndurugu, Tongaren, and the one, of course, in Homa Bay, Kilifi. It means the same thing. It's all same priority.
Honorable Speaker, I don't want to be among others. I want to be a priority the way they mentioned those Kimwareri, which siphoned 7 billion the other day. Because since independence, since 1960s, we are under floods, we are under water, we are crying, we look for relief food. When shall this stop? It will only stop when the dam, Tongareni Dam, is done. And if it doesn't flood in Budalangi, the people in Trans Nzoia suffer. But Honorable Speaker, can I amuse you, is that only the waters that goes to Budalangi comes from Wasinigishu, where the president comes from. Comes from Trans Nzoia, the neighboring county of the president. It is only this president who will save us by doing the Tongaren Dam. If he doesn't do it, then Honorable Speaker will suffer. On roads, Honorable Speaker, let us, this committee of parliament that budgets, why don't we go CDF way? That we have 600 billion. We have 290 constituencies, Honorable Speaker. Why don't each constituency get 1 billion each for a road, even if they are going to do 20 kilometers that year? And then the rest of the 300 million or the rest of 500 1 trillion is left for the president to distribute the way he wants.
You want some more time? Order, Honorable Wanjala, order. 1 minute, conclude.
That the president will leave him with more money to distribute the way he wants. But at least each constituency to get at least 1 billion. And he's trying to do in KPLC energy distribution of electricity. We are happy. We are happy. But now roads is where we have a problem. In my constituency, there is a road called Ruamba Mau Mau. He has promised 17 times. The last time he was there, he said in the 2 months he will be coming with a contractor. Till today, it's 7 months since he was there. People are asking me, people are insulting me even on the social media that where is this president? We need to possibly to tell people things that we are able to do as leaders. Let us not say what we can't do. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Yeah, the Honorable Tonui, followed by the Honorable Brighton, Honorable Lotte.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Kirui.
For giving me this opportunity.
I know you had already, Deputy Speaker has spoken to me on precise. I'll give you an opportunity. Proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity also to give my comments concerning the President's address on 20th of this month. That is the State of the Nation address. Honorable Speaker, from the onset, I want to say that I support the President's speech, simply because of the fact that his speech touched on all sectors of the economy. He gave a reassuring speech. The President's speech touched on projects which we can see in all the 47 counties. Mr. Speaker, I want to say that the performance of His Excellency the President in this short period of 3 years, I want to say that it is exceeding expectation. He tied on tarmacking of roads. Tarmacking of roads in all our counties, around 28,000 kilometers, is a big achievement. The dueling of Rironi, Mau Summit Road, Mr. Speaker, will be a game changer. We have had cases of people. We have had cases of people sleeping on the road with their children because of serious traffic jam. So the dueling of that road, Mr. Speaker, will ease the transportation of goods and the movement of people all the way, even up to Western and Nyanza region. It will open Nyanza and even Western region, and it will ease trade. Mr. Speaker, the President also talked of food security in our country. And that is something which we have seen already, Mr. Speaker. There is increase in food production. When the President was resuming office, there was a production of around 7 million bags of maize. But as I talk now, Mr. Speaker, the production is shoot up to around 14 million bags of maize, which is a clear indication that soon even Kenya will be an exporter of maize. We have had cases, Mr. Speaker, whereby people are demonstrating on the roads while putting on souvenirs on their heads. That is now a thing of the past. We are now not seeing such kind of demonstration because of the reduction in fertilizer prices. That one, Mr. Speaker, cannot be underestimated. It has also led to creation of jobs. Mr. Speaker, the introduction of affordable housing is also a very big achievement in our country. Affordable houses will rid our country of slums. And eventually, it will also enable our people to stay in very decent houses, which is really a big achievement in this government. We also have thousands of
Just
people.
give a few additional minutes, about 4 minutes to Honorable Tunui.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Waiting the whole
Thank
afternoon
you,
here.
thank you. Mr. Speaker, this affordable housing also is easing unemployment of our youths in our country. We have very many youths without
Continue.
university graduates graduating without jobs. So most of these youths are now landing in the construction sites. Mr. Speaker, education is also an equalizer, we all know. This government has employed more than 70,000 teachers in a very short time. The president has already broken the record. So what the president has done, Honorable Speaker, cannot be exhausted in 1 day or 1 week or 3 weeks. It needs more time. So with those very few remarks, I want to say that I support His Excellency the President's speech. Thank you.
Honorable Brighton.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to contribute on the State of the Nation address. Mr. Speaker, the President talked about so many aspects within the various sectors. One is the economy, two, agriculture, health, education, housing, youth, digital information, among many other sectors. Mr. Speaker, President's promised us to take this country from third world country to first world in our lifetime. That in itself is a good vision for this particular country, and a good dream that this country will get transformed one time and become first world. Mr. Speaker, just this week, on 28th, Rironi Mau Summit Road is going to be launched. And I'm part of the beneficiaries of people who use that road. And I've slept in that road for so many, in a number of times when I'm traveling to constituency or when I'm coming back from constituency. Rironi Mau Summit, through Mayu, and also all the way to Kericho, to Kisumu, and to the border. And also the other one is Mau Summit to Eldoret and all the way to the border. Will bring a lot of transformation and end chronic traffic jams in that particular route. And apart from that, there are so many other highways that are more than 2,500 kilometers of highways that are scheduled for dualling. And also, I come from an agricultural practicing constituency where tea has to be transported from tea buying center to the factory, from factory all the way to the market, Mr. Speaker. And the President, in his speech, is promising that in the next 10 years, he will have built more than 28,000 kilometers of new tarmacs in the entire country. This in itself will promote good communication and transport across the country. Mr. Speaker, in education sector, when we came in 2022, when the CBC was being experimented, we thought that it would fail. But I'm happy that the President has given closer attention, and so far he has supported with regards to capacity and employed more than 76,000 teachers in the last 3 years, and is promising to employ another 24,000, which will make it to almost 100 and something, 102 or thereabout by next year. CBC is now working, and I'm happy because also the president has done 23,000 new classrooms constructed, and also more than 1,600 laboratories are underway in order to support the CPC system. There is the issue of the university model, funding model, where student-centered funding model now ties scholarship and loans to the needs and merit. And currently, more than 500,000 students have actually benefited from this. And also, the TVET enrollment has increased significantly from around 341,000 to almost 718,000 of students who are being trained in the TVET sector. And you know, skills development is one of the areas where we should give proper attention. Mr. Speaker, on food security, the government shifted from subsidizing on consumption to subsidizing on production. And this is the reason why there has been so much production in the agriculture sector. And the government has intentionally registered more than 7.1 million farmers digitally, and therefore removing cartels and brokers from the inputs, and also
give additional 4 minutes to Honorable Brighton. Proceed, Honorable Brighton.
Yes, and also subsidizing from a bag of fertilizer, 50 kilos, from 7,500 to 2,500. This has significantly improved on the production. For example, with regards to maize harvest, there has been an increase from 44 million to 67 million bags, bringing UNGA down from 2022, where it was retailing at almost 250, to 130 shillings by 2 kilograms at the moment. With regards to economic transformation, 3 years ago, inflation was so high, it was to the tune of almost 9.6% in around 2022-2023. But currently, it has come down to almost 4.6%, which has eased the cost of living. There's also been realized stabilization of Kenya shillings against the dollar to almost, for the past 2 years, standing at almost 129, down from almost 160 in the year 2022-2023. Mr. Speaker, from the universal healthcare, 27 million Kenyans have registered for SHA, and this has significantly tripled the number of those population that are registered for NHIF. And this means that many are now going to access subsidized medical treatment when they go to the hospital. Actually, 107,000 community health promoters have been deployed in every ward in the entire republic. And these CHPs have visited almost 8.9 million households, screening some of the lifestyle diseases like diabetes, like hypertension. And this has helped to diagnose some of these diseases at early so that they can be addressed in an health center setup or a dispensary setup. Government is paying premiums to more than 2.3 million vulnerable Kenyans. Those are the poor in the society, the elderly, and the orphans, and among others. Mr. Speaker, with those few remarks, I submit. Thank you so much.
Give Saris and then Mutunga, please. Honorable Saris and then Honorable Dr. Mutunga. Lotte, you will come after that. Deputy Speaker, it was on my part. The Deputy Speaker had left that information with me. And it's, Honorable Passaris, please. Go to the next one, too. Yeah, on the left side, on the right side.
Sorry, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, this is such an important thing. I decided I need to actually get it right from the word go. Honorable Speaker, first of all, I would like to say that as I rise to contribute to the State of the Nation's address and to acknowledge the progress the country has made under the leadership of our President, the Honorable William Samoei Ruto, the gains in agriculture where production has surged and imports have significantly been reduced are really visible in households. Leather exports have grown, milk production has increased, tea earnings have risen from 138 billion to 215 billion. I mean, we need to appreciate what was contained in the State of the Nation address. I believe that sometimes Kenyans have gotten to this point where we thrive in negativity. We want to hear what is negative.
Honorable Lotte, this is not how you operate in Parliament. Can you go back and do exactly the way you're supposed to do when you want to go to the other side? So you go back first of all to the bar, come on the other side, pick that thing, then go back and then come to where you were sitting before. No, come to this side where you had to pick the pepper from. You pick the pepper and then go back.
Lessons learned.
Too bad these rules were, we got it from the Westminster system and we just have to, now you can come and sit where you are.
He's a first timer.
Proceed, Honorable.
Okay, Honorable Speaker, I have to start from the beginning. I suffer from OCD, so when you interfere with me like that, I lose my chain of thought. So, Honorable Speaker, and my colleagues, I rise to contribute to the State of the Nation address and to acknowledge the significant progress our country has made under the leadership of His Excellency William Samoei Ruto, our 5th President. The gains in agriculture, where production has surged and imports have reduced, are being felt directly by our people. Tea earnings have risen from 138 billion to 215 billion shillings. Milk production has increased from 5.3 billion liters. Leather exports are up by 56%, and nearly 8 million animals have been vaccinated. These are not abstract figures. They are real improvements in the lives of Kenyan households. In the healthcare sector, the President mentioned that over 27 million Kenyans are now registered under SHA. 107,000 community health promoters are active in every ward, and the availability of medicine has improved drastically. In education, over 76,000 teachers have been hired and 24,000 more expected in January. TVET's enrollments have doubled from 353,000 to 737,000, and 23,000 new classrooms have been delivered. Here in Nairobi, we had such a challenge, transition from primary to secondary, because we did not have classrooms. And that meant that our young boys dropped out and then ended up in the estates. Then they're exposed to drugs, they're exposed to early teenage pregnancies. So the classrooms are making sure that our students transition is happening. These are national milestones we must appreciate even as we call for more. Mr. Speaker, let me state without hesitation, I support the President and the broad-based government because at this moment in our nation's history,
Maybe if you go, it's a lot of humming in the thing, but just
I know,
give
I
it a bit
feel
of
that.
distance.
I
and
feel
then-
that too.
Okay, that's okay. Okay. Okay, proceed.
Okay. Mr. Speaker, let me state this without hesitation. I support the President and the broad-based government because at this moment in our nation's history, there is no alternative to unity, stability, collective responsibility. Kenya cannot afford divisions. We rise only when we rise together. Sorry.
Take your
Kenya
time,
cannot
take your time.
afford division. We rise only when we rise together. Governments, opposition, parliament, and the people. Together, we can build this country. This whole idea of multi-party politics, we fought for it, we got it. But at the end of the day, my party leader, I can't call him the late, Raila Amolo Odinga, he believed that even if I was running for a position in government and I didn't get it, I can't be in opposition. I need to work with the government. And people sometimes used to ridicule him. But look at every stage that he joined government, whether it was the handshake, whether it was the Nusu Mkate. At the end of the day, it was because of his love for this country. His love for making sure that united, a country that is divided cannot stand. So by uniting, it meant that Kenya can now look at issues and be in a position to provide what is needed for its citizens. And so I think we should learn from that. It shows that Kenya is bigger than all of us and that the future demands collaboration, not confrontation. The President spoke clearly about and powerfully about our development journey. He reminded us that nations like Singapore, South Korea were once our peers, and that if they could rise, so can we. So that means you have a dream, you have a vision, you have a yardstick. Before we crawled, we were stagnant. We got stuck, COVID, the Ukraine war. Today we are walking, and with discipline, predictable policy, governance reforms, investor confidence, we have entered a marathon. And if we stay the course, one day we'll be sprinting to prosperity. Mr. Speaker, infrastructure is at the heart of this transformation. The President outlined the unprecedented scale of investment, tarmacking 28,000 kilometers of road, dualing 2,500 kilometers of highway, modernizing JKIA, expanding our ports, upgrading SGR to Kisumu and on to Malaba, beginning January 2026, commencing the dualing of Rironi, Naivasha, Nakuru, Mau Summit within this year. This is how nations move from potential to prosperity. But ambition must be met with discipline.
Give her an additional
A shilling
4 minutes, yeah.
must build a shilling's worth of infrastructure, not inflated contracts, not ghost projects, no wastage. So the President also emphasized the need for crowds in private capital and public-private partnerships to unlock global investments. This is a smart path. Kenya cannot continue overtaxing, borrowing unsustainably, but PPPs can only succeed in an environment of stability, transparency and efficiency, and the rule of law. Do you know, one of the biggest problems that I feel Kenya has, and sometimes I wish that elections were every 10 years rather than every 5 years, because we are perpetually in election mode. I mean, from the time we finish one election, we are campaigning for the next. We need to actually look at our election laws and make elections. I mean, I was in South Africa, and they were having elections, and you could hardly even tell. You know, we have to make sure that we protect the business people. I must also address why, Mr. Speaker, I must also address why many Kenyans may not have heard the speech. In terms of sports, all right? I mean, there were things that I felt the president has done so much that there are certain things that he didn't capture in his State of the Nation address, like the amount of things he's done in sports, the infrastructure he's putting in sports, the motivation he's given to our sportsmen, like look at what he did for Harambee Stars during the AFCON. If you go to our stadiums, you're proud of them. And I think Talanta is going to be one of the best stadiums that we have in this region. And I believe that, you know, the president didn't mention it, but it's a key employment opportunity for our youth, and it will also keep them out of trouble. And I feel that there's an area there that, you know, should have been captured on what he has done for the state in sports.
Give us some additional.
Yeah, I mean, Wanjala, I had 20 minutes.
Proceed.
As we celebrate progress, we must also confront what remains unsolved. So it's, you know, there are other things. So my take was sports should have been mentioned in the State of the Nation address. The issue now, Mr. Speaker, there's an issue that is really bothering me. Much as we're going to create all the funds that we're going to create and move away from, you know, move away from borrowings, I feel that we have a problem with pending bills. The country needs to really assess its pending bills. It needs to make sure that it clears the pending bills. We've got PWDs, women, youth that are owed money. And I feel that a lot of people are suffering because of this. So I would have loved to hear about what are we going to do about the pending bills? What is the way we're going to solve it? Because this is actually a big problem. I like the fact that we talked about Nyota. The president launched it recently. But I also think, you know, when I look at Greece, the country of my father, you know, everybody serves in the military by compulsory. And I think NYS should be compulsory. We should take all the youth. Because if we don't do that, then what happens is our youth are left. And we should continuously make sure that we can adopt them. But then, for us to do that, we must also confront population. Do you know, I feel sometimes very sad that religious leaders don't want to talk about population. They feel that, oh, you know what, and I've even heard Sauti Sol sing a song about, you know, every child is sent with a plate. The fact is, every population has to be planned. And if we don't plan our population, then our resources become overstretched. It is really sad to see a mother with 8 children, and she cannot even afford to pay for 2 of them to go to school. That means uniforms, books, and then that child will actually fail. And when that child fails, cannot even be accepted as a police. All right, or any other job in the future. So we have a problem, and I think I would have loved to hear the president talk about what the nation is going to be doing in terms of population and making sure commodities are available. I know we've had a lot of improvements in SHA, and I think the president's very bold. What he did with SHA, moving us from NHIF, a lot of people thought, why do this? But the fact is, NHIF was not working. Right? But I would also like to see those who provided services, genuine services, right, paid. Because when we don't pay the people that provide the genuine services, we lose credibility of people partnering with government. And on the issue of SHA, one of the biggest problems that I have, while the president says that you go to hospital, you get treated, I don't know whether it's the hospitals that are doing this, but investigations are being charged. You need to pay for your x-rays, your scans, your PET, and we're buying for all this equipment. So I don't understand. We're paying the doctors, the technicians. Why are we charging for investigations? Why are we not paying for implants? You've got road carnage in Kenya. We've got people that are in hospitals that are actually not having their surgeries because they can't afford implants.
Additional 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I feel that these are certain areas. When it comes to housing, do you know, I want Kenyans to understand, just look at your own house, you know, the one you're managing. Like I have my house, I have my business, and I struggle. And now you have this one man called William Samoei Ruto, who dared to run for president of Kenya. And now he's the president of the country. And we expect him to be a miracle worker. Even the things that you should be asking God, you're expecting William Samoei Ruto to give you. I mean, he is working very hard. And he's bold. You know, for me, I mean, if he has to, you know, there's some people say, you know, he's a dictator. But if you have a benevolent dictator and he gets things done, it is not bad for a country. A democracy that doesn't deliver, I would rather a benevolent dictator. And at the end of the day, sometimes I feel our constitution lets us down. It lets us down because every time you want to move, Nairobi is full of garbage. You cannot even fix the problem of garbage. Why? Because every time the governor is trying to give the contract out, somebody goes to court. So when they go to court, it stops the whole contract. So for me, when it came to housing, the journey that the president walked, because I'm in the housing committee, to get housing, you know, to make sure we had that fund dedicated to housing. Everybody laughed and rubbished him, and everybody starts thinking, oh, he's going to make millions. You know, maybe he owns a cement company, maybe he owns a steel company. Let me tell you, look in your neighborhood and look at the houses, the dignity that our people are going to live in. Mukuru, 14,000 houses, is going to be a whole town in itself with every facility. I mean, Kenyans, wake up, start praying for your president, start helping him, start seeing how you can contribute. We need to have the resources. We need to make sure we raise the money without raising the taxes. But you can't say we don't want taxes and we don't want a fund. We don't want to sell some of our assets to raise the money so that we can become independent as a country. So I believe that the president of Kenya now is on the right path for this country. We're going to move from poverty to prosperity. The dreams of our forefathers are going to be attained, but they will only be attained if we stop having this culture of social media. The only thing that works and moves and trends is when you hate somebody, when you insult somebody. Why not try to make things trend with praising somebody? Why not try to come up with ideas on how you can improve your country? Somebody sent me a text recently asking me, can you give me 20,000? I want to buy a photocopy machine. I told him, why didn't you apply for Nyota? You could have got 50,000 and bought 2 photocopy machines. Kenyans have to be aware. Stop looking at the things that say, you know, the negative things about the government. This is your country. By the way, no matter where you go in the world, I want to tell you because I'm well-traveled. And I'm half Greek, and Greece is also a country that I have. But at the end of the day, this country, Kenya, is beautiful. We have challenges, true. Give our president a chance. And let me tell you, he will not disappoint. Maybe, you know, somebody said he's exceeding expectations. I say he's approaching expectations. And he will exceed expectations. And he has learned now to move ahead and forge ahead for you, no matter how you insult him, no matter how you bring him down, no matter how you make him trend. He's even accepted the name Kasongo. Call him Kasongo, I'll dance to it, let me continue with the work. He's working for each and every one of us. And every area that he's touching, you know, start appreciating. Sometimes I feel if you are a teacher who got employed, who was unemployed for so many years, 76,000 of you, the police, the NYS recruits, or your student, your student is in school, you know, help, you know. So if you are having all those benefits, do you ever sit and think for 1 second, let me pray for this president of ours because of the peace and stability this country is enjoying, because of the job that I have? No, the first thing you're going to do is to say, my salary is not right, my salary is being taxed. But why is it being taxed? Because we have a population that needs to be sustained. We need to hire doctors. We need to hire nurses. We need to buy medicine. We need to build houses. We need to build infrastructure. So for me, I really pray that Kenyans will wake up to the idea that your enemy is not my enemy. You know, the deputy president was impeached. Why? Because William Samoei Ruto saw that this man is not going to help me deliver on what I need to deliver. So now he has Kindiki as his deputy. And he is working without somebody who is ambitious, trying to undermine you so that he can become president. I believe that if anybody is thinking right for this country, you don't cut them short. And that's why I'm a 2-term politician right now. Even if I don't get my 3rd term, I want to make sure that the president, William Samoei Ruto, if God keeps him healthy and well, gets his 2nd term. Because the projects that he started, which the other side are saying they're going to stop immediately, they come in, are going to be a disaster for this country. Because you're going now in a marathon to fix the country, and then you want to stop it and start from zero. Never allow yourself to be convinced that way. Somebody's enemy is not your enemy. Hate can never develop this country. Division, tribalism can never develop this country. I have Kikuyu blood, but at the end of the day, I don't want to be a Kikuyu. I want to be a Kenyan. I want to be a Kenyan that supports any president in that office. It does not have to be a Kikuyu, all right? It can be anyone. It can be somebody even from, you know, there's a time we had Godana, and people were saying, this is presidential material. Sadly, he died. But anybody can be a president We can even have a woman president. But the thing is, let us come to the reality. Read how many Kenyans who are going online and rubbishing the State of the Nation address have actually read it, looked at the highlights, looked on the ground. You have one social media guy going around taking pictures, showing you things are not happening, and then you believe that. You'd rather believe a lie than the truth, even if the truth is facing you right there. Even if you're employed as a teacher by the government of William Samoei Ruto because he has worked hard. Do you know, Mr. Speaker, at the end of the month when I receive my salary, or when I'm traveling somewhere and the Parliament can pay for me to go to the Pan-African Parliament, buy my ticket, pay my per diem to go there, do you know, I thank the President. I thank God for the President, because that peace and stability that enables me to earn, that enables me to have the GAF fund to support the people, that
Give her an additional 2 minutes to wrap up.
That enabled us to empower thousands of Nairobians to be able to get into projects. Do you know the fact that that money was available to help us move from this state to the other? Have you ever driven on a highway and just drive? You're driving on that highway, it has got no potholes, it is a new road, it was completed by William Samoei Ruto, but you're still on social media hating him. You're not understanding that he budgeted to complete that. I was in Mombasa recently. The dual carriageway that is coming up in Mombasa all the way to Kilifi. I mean, this but, and now you've got this petroleum deal coming out. Wait until you see the social media. They'll start talking about this one is making this deal, this one is making this. Nobody wants to look at the big picture. The big picture is the president and we're going to get there. So what I want to tell Kenyans, start appreciating the little that you have, because more can never come from God. If the little that has fallen in your lap, you cannot say thank you. So if you're asking yourself, why am I unemployed? It's because you're beating the person who could employ you every single day on social media. Why is my salary not coming up? Because you're beating the person who can make this economy grow and double your salary. Why did I not get the right treatment in hospital? Because you're beating the person who can do this for you. So the person who can do this for us, the head of this country, the one who dared to run for president, the one who's working tirelessly to keep this country together, is William Samoei Ruto. And I'll tell you one thing, we are lucky that God chose him at such a time as this, because with the crisis that we faced, we had a problem as a country. And also I want you to know that William Samoei Ruto is not just the president of Kenya. He is also a distinguished leader. He's the Gaddafi that we should have had for the continent of Africa. The kind of things that I've seen him do in the Africa Union, it's for the entire continent. All the barriers that we are breaking are going to be good. Kenya has already stopped visas for so many people coming in because we want to make Africa grow. We want Africa to be able to achieve its objectives from the forefathers. We are no longer the dark continent. We have a lot of issues, but we need people in the right offices. And William Samoei Ruto is just that one person in the right office in Kenya. We have Kagame on the other side. These are leaders that can steer this economy. Ramaphosa trying to get into the G7. Was it the G7, the G10?
G20.
G20, sorry, the G20. I mean, for South Africa, that is good for Africa. So I want Kenyans to understand. Start thanking God for the peace in this country. Start thanking God for the unity. Start seeing your neighbor as a Kenyan, not as a tribe. Forget about tribalism. Anybody who's uniting for tribalism. And then on the other side, let me tell you, they want to come in with power, but what's the agenda? The agenda is they have none. So we have somebody on the seat with an agenda, with a roadmap to move us, again, I want you to hear this, from developing to developed. Let that man have the life, the energy, the wisdom, the determination that God has given him up to now until we reach 2032. Because then you will look back and say, thank God I made the right decision. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Dr. Muchunga, the Chair of Agriculture, you take precedence of other members who are here now.
Thank you very much.
This is an agricultural country. It's the mainstay
Yes.
of the economy. And
Yes,
there's a
indeed.
lot of agriculture in that State of the Nation address by the President. So it's only fair that you have and very short at it. Proceed.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to join the other members in, first of all, thanking our President for being very clear in his speech. Honorable Speaker, if I was asked to grade this speech, I would say that the President was finely balanced in what he said. Honorable Speaker, I want to start with a quote, but before then, let me send a message of condolences to the family, to the Odinga family, for yet another loss in the family, the loss of the sister to Ruth and sister to Honorable Senator Oburu, and the entire family. And Honorable Speaker, we pray for the family that they may overcome the grief which has happened soon after another major hit in the family. We are with them, and we shall stand with them in prayers. Honorable Speaker, our President is firm, focused, and forthright. And I say so without a blink because I know him. Honorable Speaker, let me bring in a quote from somebody called the President, I think, of Malaysia, the Prime Minister of Malaysia, Anwar Ibrahim, about 2 days ago. Ibrahim said, with ruthless determination, Kenya will be a star in Africa. This is not an exaggeration. I'm speaking as a sincere friend. That is somebody from very far away who is commending our hero, the President of Kenya. Honorable Speaker, I want to associate myself with the comments by the Honorable member the woman rep Nairobi. She has spoken very passionately and said things the way most Kenyans should see them. There's a lot that happens in this country which is all negative. And I don't think whatever I said and whatever circulates in the various media is necessarily out of any thought process, out of any information, out of any, referencing. It is something that people just continue talking about without due regard. Honorable Speaker, the President started with a brief outlay of the situation of the country as it were right now. He spoke about inflation, which in 2022 was 9.6%, but now is 4.6%, a drop by around 5%. Many Kenyans may not feel that, may not know it, but it is happening. Honorable Speaker, if you find the prices of fruits, the prices of vegetables, the prices of bunga and others going down, there must be a reason. One of the reasons is the fact that the inflation has come down. The exchange rate, Honorable Speaker, was extremely high, over 160 shillings to the dollar. But now it has come down and is still at around 129 shillings, which is something significant that Kenyans need to know. The GDP of Kenya has grown. Kenya now is number 6 in Africa in terms of the size of the economy, with a GDP of around 136 billion shillings in 2025, as compared to 115 in 2022. Kenyans need to reflect back in 2022 and ask ourselves what was happening then. There were very many problems. That is when people were complaining every day about the cost of living. That is when there was so much uncertainty. That is when there was even no foreign exchange. I don't want to speak on that issue. The foreign exchange has also improved from around zero. I think in the foreign reserves, right now we are talking about $12 billion in our custody. And we can therefore import and exchange, conduct trade with other countries because we have the dollar. He spoke about many things, but Honorable Speaker, let me say something. The stabilization of inflation and the strengthening of the shilling are presented as relief for households and macroeconomic stability. They are clear tenets that make us believe that the household is now better and the economy is better. The increase in GDP, the increase in reserves, the increase in foreign direct investment into this country, the new businesses that have come by as a result, and the improved credit rating for Kenya can basically tell us one thing, that the investor confidence is improving, that the economic fundamentals of this country are better, and Kenya is measuring very well in the global competitiveness.
Give the Honorable
I have only
Chair
just
an
begun.
additional 5 minutes. Proceed.
Honorable Speaker, I think I had not even consumed my 5 minutes. I've only just begun.
Yeah.
Honorable Speaker, I was saying
Proceed,
that that shows that this is a country anyone would like to be. And I would like to mention something that Honorable Fasaris has said, that whenever you leave this country, you go to other countries, go to whichever country you think about. On the third day, you are already missing Kenya. You are missing the ambience, you are missing the environment, you are missing the air we breathe here, you are missing the friendliness of the people, you are missing this country. And this is our country to live in, our country to live to our children, and we need to cherish this country by talking positive and doing positive things about this country. Let me very briefly talk about agriculture. Besides the registration of farmers, which has occurred, the digitization of the registration process, besides the supply of fertilizer, which is coming in time now, we had a few challenges at the beginning of this subsidy program, but right now it's coming very much in time. Honorable Speaker, much has happened. We have been able to improve on the production of most of our staples in this country. For instance, if we look at 2022, we were only able to produce 44 million bags of 90 kilograms of maize. Last year, we did 67 million, and this year, God giving us the rain, we expect to get over 70 million bags, which means we are more than around 15 million bags in excess of our national needs, which is a bag per person per year. Honorable Speaker, that tells us that we are becoming stable as an economy. There is also the issue of importation, especially on the edible oils. Edible oils importation consumes about 500 billion for this country, $500 billion to edible health. That's a lot of money which can be plowed back and used for investment. The expansion of the digital farm registry, Honorable Speaker, the fertilizer subsidy that we are talking about today, that program which has been very successful and enhanced the productivity of our soils in terms of improving the health. The shift to support farmers directly instead of supporting consumption, supporting production, increase in productivity, the cutting out the middlemen by stabilizing the food supply and also stabilizing the prices of food means that this country is headed in the right direction, and we can only be grateful that we have a president who resonates with the issue needs of the people. That improved output across the various sectors. Talk about tea, it has improved. Talk about coffee. This country has a target to produce, to sell more than close to 200,000 metric tons of coffee by 2027. And I can see ourselves meeting that target, Honorable Speaker, because right now we are talking about right now we are talking about 60,000 metric tons, and it's improving. Next year we are looking at around 150. We are looking at in the next 3 years around 150 metric tons. And this is something significant because we are not only getting foreign exchange, we are also selling our product excellence, putting money into the pockets of the farmers and enabling the farmers to do better. In sugar industry, we have been able to almost meet our national demand. Our national demand is around 1.12 million metric tons of sugar, but we are doing 815,000 metric tons after just a few adjustments under the Ruto administration. And this is something that Kenyans need to be aware of. All the people who depend on sugar production and sugar marketing and sugar milling are happy with the status quo. They are happy because we are now processing our own sugar and distributing the country instead of importing, which means exporting jobs and losing foreign exchange. The expansion in this industry has enabled us to do very well. Honorable Speaker, there is this issue of universal health care and the approach that the our Honorable His Excellency the President has taken. He has picked the universal health promoters and put them into some basic uniform, just an identifier, giving them a kitty to try and to do some assessment of the illnesses. And up to now, about 107 of them are moving in the 47 counties. All counties are covered. And they have been able to identify, to interact with 8.9 million households so far, and 9.19 cases of households have been visited. The cases of diabetes that have been screened are around 9.9 and confirmed around 154,000. What does this tell us? It tells us that
Give him 2 minutes to wrap, 1 minute to wrap up.
Honourable Speaker, I'm very
2 minutes to wrap up.
Thank you very much. Honourable Speaker, I'm saying that these initiatives are doing extremely well. The expansion of health coverage, the primary health care outreach aims at basically institutionalization of equity, ensuring access to quality health by all Kenyans and by all citizens, regardless of the income situation of the citizens. Honourable Speaker, if you look at the issue of education, this is the first president to employ more than 10,000 teachers each year. And he has done it in 3 years in a row. Honourable Speaker, we are looking at an extra 18 million, 24 million this year, 24,000 this year to make it 100,000. We have been suffering for shortage of teachers, and now most of our schools are comfortable. We have enough teachers. The investment in education, in teachers, in classrooms, in laboratories has increased, and increased funding to the students, Honourable Speaker, has done several good things, which is supporting the education in this country, supporting the innovations, the reforms in the education, and also enabling our Kenyans to be prepared for the world out there. The housing program, which has been criticized by many, Honourable Speaker, the housing program is doing wonders. First of all, it has created a lot of jobs for small, micro, and medium enterprises. It has enhanced the entrepreneurship, access to entrepreneurship by 800,000 Kenyans, who are getting accessing up to around 150,000 shillings for each person. This has a fund of housing program, and the student accommodation investments are aimed at improving the living conditions of the people. It is aimed at reducing the informal settlement, which are apparent all over the country. It has also supported the youth access to education to decent housing as they pursue their education. The Nyota program, specifically, if I may single it out, Honourable Speaker, will uplift the lives of 820 Kenyans. 820,000 Kenyans will have a better life because they will have possibilities for engagement in business, which is something that we need to laud the President for. In his focus, Honourable Speaker, the President has also looked at the digital infrastructure, services, digital skills and training, and also positioning Kenya as a key enabler for youth employment. This particular initiative, as will innovate entrepreneurship, will come up with other innovations that will help this country to create more and better jobs, which are quality jobs for the Kenyans. And that is what we are looking for. Honourable Speaker, when you look at the infrastructure, improvement of infrastructure, and I may take a minute here, Honourable Speaker, improvement of infrastructure across the country is so significant because, first of all, it will reduce competition among peers, among ourselves. Everyone here would like a road done in their village. But if we have a 28,000-kilometer road expansion, it means every village would be touched. It means all the essential areas will be reached. It means all the products that need to be moved will be moved. It means we would be doing very well. The infrastructure expansion, Honourable Speaker, is a foundation to boosting industrialization. It is a foundation to enabling the value addition, which we need to do a lot in this country in order to create jobs. It's a foundation to export, improving our export capacity, because we won't be able to move staff across the country. And that is really important. Honourable Speaker, the vision, in a numerical context, let me basically say one or two things. The vision, the institutional reform and national ambition that the President highlighted in his address, Honourable Speaker, shows us the journey, that it is not simple, the journey is not easy, but it is a journey of transformation. Honourable Speaker, I remember when we were campaigning in the last election, I remember one time we engaged the President and asked him, if you became the President of Kenya, what would you do? He simply said, I will sort out Kenya. And we are sure, Honourable Speaker, whatever is happening right now, he is clearly and systematically and in a focused manner sorting out Kenya. Honourable Speaker, several issues were promised in that particular speech. And one of them was the distribution of 12.5 million fertilizer bags. It's going to continue. It's a promise that the President gave for the next year. He also promised expansion of irrigated land, bypass the target of the Vision 2030 by 1.5 million. Vision 2030 was talking about 1 million acres, and the President promised 2.5 million acres, which will be done in the next about 7 years. This is the way to go. This is the way to make use of our land, which is very fertile, very useful, deep, rich soil that only lack water to be able to support the economy, as it were. Honourable Speaker, the issue of expansion of electricity is something that we need. Power outages is an issue in this country, and we need that in order to be able to move. That's a promise in this.
Followed by the Honorable Kitur.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for giving me this opportunity to also prosecute on the presidential speech, the State of the Country address. Mr. Speaker, from the onset, I want to say that I support this speech 100%, and I am one of the disciples who believe on hope. I think this speech, Mr. Speaker, is a speech of hope and futuristic in nature. This speech is based on equity and a comprehensive, balanced national development, Mr. Speaker. I think, Mr. Speaker, when I go out there, I was engaging some people recently, and they say that the president was actually launching his campaigns. And I went to understand what a State of the Nation address says. And this is what it says. The speech that is called the State of the Nation address, Mr. Speaker, is an annual address by the president to the both houses that enumerates the accomplishments, the goals, and the priorities for the upcoming year. Mr. Speaker, I did not see a launch of a campaign for 2027. The naysayers, Mr. Speaker, are afraid because this speech that was done by the president has never been done before. Because a speech that aspires to take Kenyans from a developing country to a developed country has never been said in this house. And so because they are afraid and know that Kenyans are bright enough to understand that this is the person that will transform this economy, they are saying it is a manifesto or a campaign launch. The president never launched a campaign here. The president only enumerated what the government has accomplished in the last financial year and gave aspiration for the future. That is exactly what a State of the Nation address is supposed to be done. So the naysayers need to be told that the president did his right, in his right mind, in his position as the president of this country, to be able to enumerate to the Kenyans what has been done. And, Mr. President, what you've done should not be poured water onto. Because the people that are trying to say that the president did a campaign here are actually afraid. The president was able to enumerate what it has been done, and it is out there. Every person, every member of parliament that has spoken in this house has actually been able to point, is it agriculture? Is it health? Is it education? Is it infrastructure? All those things the president enumerated here can actually be seen on the ground. And so when the president does his part of the speech, nobody should be afraid. When they are looking for a campaign trail or a campaign speech or a campaign platform, I think the president will not come to this house. The president will go to where politicians are supposed to be. So this is what I'll say about the speech of the president. The speech of the president is based on what I believe. I am a Christian. It's based on faith. And as a Christian, the Bible says that if God has faith as small as a mustard seed, you can tell this mountain to move, and it will move. The president is seeing the challenges that we've gone through in this country. And he has the faith, and he is telling the mountain of underdevelopment to move. And I think it is time for Kenyans to rally behind the president because he's got the faith. The Bible talks about vision, and it says that my people perish for lack of vision. Mr. Speaker, the people who are trying to pour water on this presidential speech do not have vision. And when you do not have vision, Mr. Speaker, you cannot go anywhere. I think we need to rally the president. When he says that we are going to be like the Asian tigers, Mr. Speaker, even them, they had a vision when they were like us. And they were able to move because of that vision. We cannot perish being guided by people that are visionless. Mr. Speaker, I know you can look at a person at the micro level before you actually put him into a macro level. A person that has moved from being a chicken seller at this level as a person to become a global conglomerate can definitely transform a country at the macro level. The people that are complaining, they are saying that the president was launching a campaign. If you look at them, they have not even built a single kilometer of a road in their constituencies, even when they had positions, because they did not have a vision of having a tarmac road. So how then?
Yeah, because we still have limited time and a few, but yes, half a minute to wrap up.
To wrap up, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. How then will they be able to understand that this country needs to move? What I'll say, Mr. Speaker, about this is, the living examples that we have is what everybody has said here, Mr. Speaker. We've talked about a balanced development, where we actually have 28,000 kilometers of road being built across this country. I, as a constituency, is a beneficiary of this. And I've never seen this in the previous government. Even the previous government that they're saying were good. I have never seen a tarmac road, but I'm seeing tarmac road being constructed in the constituency of Kacheliba because of this time. Mr. Speaker, I want to say this is something that is important, but a word of caution. I'll say this to the president. Even if the president has got that kind of vision, there are people that can actually undermine his vision. The people that when they are given work cannot do it. I have examples, Mr. Speaker, from Kacheliba constituency. When we say that we are going to have the
Please, a quarter of a minute. Just say that one, 2 sentences.
Speaker, because it is important that the president also understand.
Yes.
When people are given job with this kind of big vision, they do not have vision. Yes. You find that instead of them building the markets, they go to court and stop the process. 3 years, there is no market being built, and yet the president has said we need markets. The same people allocating resources at the national level here. Some roads, like the ones in Kacheliba constituency, as much as they have been allocated, highlighted for construction, funding does not come. So those are the kind of people that the president needs to look at and be able to get them off so that his vision of building this country, transforming us to Malaysia and the likes, should be accomplished. Okay. Otherwise, I say let's all Kenyans rally behind President William Ruto, because this is the only president that will transform this country to the Asian tigers and the developed country.
Kitur,
thank you.
Honorable Kitur, take exactly 6 minutes.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, and I think you will have to be a bit generous for giving me, of course, the opportunity to make my contribution as well on the State of the Nation address. But I think, Mr. Speaker, on the onset, I think this week has been one of the exciting weeks here in Parliament, when we had two of our members, one of our very close colleague, Abraham Kirwa, Member of Parliament from Mosop, and Member of Parliament from Honorable Sloya from Sabatia, who have been away, but they joined us. I think it's been quite an exciting week, and I would like to really celebrate them. I didn't have the opportunity to do that when they were here. And secondly, as well, to still condole the family of Odinga family on the loss of one of their family members. Honorable Speaker, I think this was one of the amazing magnanimous speeches that was done by the president, as he first of all showed or took into the country in fulfillment of Article 132 of the Constitution, 1C, where he was required to report on all measures taken and progress achieved in realization of the national values, as well reporting on the progress made in fulfilling the international obligations. And lastly, of course, to give also an address to the nation on the state of the national security. Equally, how the president started all is that in 2022, he said that at that time he had a vision to sell. And when he came here, he had a story to tell, in which all of us are regurgitating on that story that he made. It is also quite noting the various quotes that he made as he encouraged Kenyans to also rise up in terms of our thinking. There was a portion that he says that we must cast off the prevailing mindset of being content with average, or saying a vision not just to grow, but to transform. A roadmap not merely to move forward, but to rise. And he also mentioned that for far too long, our ambition has been held hostage by small thinking and ordinary expectations. I think the president of Kenya has really stood on this to rise our nation to the next level. Mr. Speaker, I would like to maybe touch a bit on the aspects of the economy, which are so evident. Recently, I had some of our colleagues who they would say they were the high priest of negativity in our nation. And one of them did mention that, they were trying to discount what was happening. For instance, when we say that the exchange rate has stabilized in 129 for about 2 years, and they were trying to water that down by saying a few years ago, 2 years ago, probably the interest rate were low. What they could not be able to do is to go back a little bit further to 2019, where there was artificial balancing of the exchange rate. When you look at it, it was very erratic. But when it came from 2023 rather, we've had a very stable exchange rate in our country. Equally, I heard someone say, by using relative figures and percentiles to discount the great work that has been done in the economy of our country. And somebody was trying to picture what happened in the year 2000 during the Kibaki regime, the regime of Uhuru Kenyatta and William Ruto. And I went further, and I would like to mention to those particular individuals who are giving some statistics here, to note that in the year 2002 to 2005, those are about 3 years in the first regime of Kibaki. The GDP of the country in 2002 was 5.75 billion. In 2005, it was 18.74 billion. There was a growth of about $13 billion in our GDP. When you look at Uhuru's first term, or in 2013 to 2015, it was $56.4 billion. And after 3 years, it was at 70.12, which you also note, Mr. Speaker, is about $13.6 billion. In William Ruto's regime, you would note in 2022, our GDP stood at $114.4 billion, and as we speak right now, it's projected to be $136.01, which means there's a growth of up to $22 billion. And those are figures that are available for anybody to be able to confirm. This buttresses the very statements that the president made when he was giving the various figures and the things that have happened from the time he took office. For instance, he said that the inflation has dropped from 9.6 to 4.6. That can be confirmed because I talked about double figures, double digits in every bit of the same. When you look at the reserves, the dollar reserves has now a resurgence of up to about 1.5 trillion shillings. This is magnanimous. When you look at the foreign direct investments that are coming into our country, has nearly doubled as well, Mr. Speaker. So, and when you look at from the international circles, Mr. Speaker, all the international organizations, whether you're talking about Standard, Goldman Sachs, and their projections are very positive. Standard & Poor's have, since 2020, indicated in 2020 that we had a B minor. That has been sustained all the way through. But now they have changed it to B, our credit rating as a country, because we have been able
Give him 2 minutes to wrap up.
We have been able to meet our international obligations. Mr. Speaker, when it comes to, I'll try to really fast track, Mr. Speaker, when it comes now to agriculture, which I think is quite important, and it's one of the things that holds our country, that most of us are into this. Mr. Speaker, when we came into leadership, I remember people used to wear sufurias in their heads, Mr. Speaker, because they were hungry. And when Mr. President came here, and at that time we used to harvest about 44 million bags. Right now, we are projecting at 70. Literally everything is doubling. That, of course, has reduced the cost of maize in our country to those levels that are manageable. When you look at tea, for instance, Mr. Speaker, I come from a constituency that 60% of my constituency is actually tea farm. And there has been a great increase generally across the country from 138 billion to 215 billion. When you look at sugar, look at edible oils, and all the other things, you'd find that we have doubling in every part of the sector of agriculture. In fact, it's quite exciting when I looked at the focus now of the president saying our import stands for food in our country stands about 500 billion shillings. And he has mentioned very well that now we need to put a focus into make sure we reduce the importation costs of the things that we import. And that is why we want to focus now in having irrigated agriculture. That's why we need to put a focus on how do we harvest water, the dams, the ponds, and all those things that will be able to improve or expand the irrigation from the 15% arable land to the remaining 85%. I think that is quite telling. The future is too bright for this nation, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would like to also touch a bit on the health sector. Mr. Speaker, the SHA, when it was introduced, when we were, killing out NHIF, which had no future, so many Kenyans were negative about this. But right now, when you look at what the health sector has been done, whether you're talking about SHA, whether you're talking about the healthcare promoters, whom, when you look at the statistics, Mr. Speaker, they've been able to do an amazing job going back into the villages to be able to see those people who have diseases like high blood pressure, diabetes, and those kinds of things, so that they can be able to get early treatments. It's an amazing work that is being done in the health sector. Mr. Speaker, finally, I would like to talk about the issue of the road infrastructure, that even when the president made his statements here, we all stood amazed at what he wants to do with 5 trillion and how he's going to do it, Mr. Speaker, to raise that amount of money to be able to make our country a first world. Indeed, every Kenyan now can dream big and know that we are in a country that has a great future. The president has been talking about that we are going to be the first world. Indeed, that's where we are headed, Mr. Speaker. I would like to just, in summary, Mr. Speaker, say and encourage all Kenyans that let us support the president of our country. Let us be positive for this nation. The future looks so bright. Let us not be negative. And I wish our country the best. I had to cut it short, Mr. Speaker, because I'm seeing you a bit. You've been a bit generous to me, but I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Good work. Honorable Lochakapong. And then followed by Jaldesa and Letipila.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity for me to make a comment on the President's speech in the address to the nation. Now, Honorable Speaker, I want to begin by saying that I was a bit excited when the President said that it is possible for this country to be moved from where it is to a first world in our lifetime. Honorable Speaker, that in itself shows that the President is working around the clock to ensure that we move the country to a first world. And the President has put measures, strategies, and policies in place to ensure that this country moves to a first world. And it is for now all of us to believe, as the President believes, that it is possible that this country in our lifetime can move there. Now, Honorable Speaker, in his address, he did mention what he has done in terms of employment of teachers. Colleagues have said that here. I don't want to belabor that. That by early next year, we will be having 100,000 plus teachers employed by this administration. 2, affordable housing program. And I want to report here, Honorable Speaker, that today they were launching that in Sigor constituency. So I am happy that finally the affordable housing program has now reached Sigor, my constituency. Of course, we have things that we can see. There used to be a vision, now they are reality. We have a market in Sigor. We now have the affordable housing coming in. Now, the integrated digital platform to register farmers. This is a new thing. And so far, about 7.1 million farmers have already been registered on this digital platform, so that now they benefit from the affordable fertilizer and other associated things that come with that. Then the livestock value chain has also been rising. That therefore means that a lot has been done in that direction, that even pastoralists and those in livestock have something to celebrate, because now that is improving. Then the healthcare, in the statement, 27 million people are already registered in SHA, more than triple what was there in NHIF. Then, Honorable Speaker, we have the NYOTA program, the National Youth Opportunities Transformation Agenda, where now 820,000 youth are set to benefit, spread across the 1,450 wards. That therefore means this is spread across Kenya, and youth from every ward are going to benefit from this program. Now, Honorable Speaker, in the interest of time, there is something that I want to talk about that I think is very, very good, and I want to commend the President for this. Now,
now the president quoted the Constitution of Kenya 2010, now the Constitution of Kenya 2010, Article 201C, that stipulates that burdens and benefits of use of resources and public borrowing shall be shared equitably between present and future generations. Now, Honorable Speaker, I want to say that in West Pokot, for example, we have a lot of natural resources. And if we are not very careful, and I've been telling people this, that the president is proposing that we will be establishing the Sovereign Wealth Fund to give effect to the constitutional principle of intergenerational equity. And here, Honorable Speaker, he gave us that history has already warned us along our coast region, for example, titanium deposits have been depleted, and because we lack the sovereign wealth framework, future generations will inherit nothing from this. So I want to say, Honorable Speaker, as you may be aware, there is a big rush to West Pokot this time because of minerals mining. So I want the Department for Mining to ensure that whatever happens in West Pokot, measures should be put in place to ensure that generations coming after us will have something to show for the resources that are in that county now. So that now, they don't just get depleted and later we have nothing to show that we had resources in this county. Otherwise, Honorable Speaker.
Yes, okay. Fair enough. You have concluded, Honorable Jaldesa Guyo. Guyo, if you want your friends to have time, you must take no more than 3 minutes.
I will try to be as brief as possible. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the chance to contribute to the State of the Nation address that I support. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the speech, it was a compendium of the developmental activities or achievements by the President over the last 3 years. Mr. Speaker, in 1963, when Kenya attained independence, there were 3 things that we said we should want to eliminate: disease, poverty, and ignorance. Mr. Speaker, the President started by talking about health. And in the health sector, where they made a key achievement, the President introduced the concept of community health promoters. The role of community health promoters, which are 107 and all over, they are distributed across the country in all the villages, was to screen for diseases before it gets complicated. This is a very good thing, and many diseases have been identified, diagnosed, and people sent to the care, the place where they can get their care. Mr. Speaker, in the same way, the universal health coverage and the universal health coverage staff, where people are employed to give health care services where the county government could not reach. Mr. Speaker, the insurance, the health insurance, the SHA, where 27 million people have been registered, it has helped a lot of people, and many people in this country are benefiting from the services of the SHA. In the same way, the cancer treatment centers, which are distributed in various parts of the country, and from Garissa, Meru, Kisii, and major hospitals, so that patients who have problems can be seen and treated carefully, nicely. Mr. Speaker, on terms of roads, the road infrastructure actually is very good when the road is dual. It saves life, it saves time, and it actually increases the efficiency for transport, both for human and for goods. The issue of water is very crucial, especially on the harnessing of the floods. There are floods which come all over the country. It destroys water, it destroys infrastructure, and when we catch this water and use the dams for irrigation, then it actually saves the people's lives and property, and it also increases our product.
Conclude. Give him a minute, half a minute to conclude. Conclude, Honorable Guyo, Professor.
On education, many classrooms have been done, so many teachers have been employed, And we are expecting that more and more will be done. And I think in terms of classrooms, even the parliament have a role to do through the NGCDF to ensure that there is equity of distribution. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Letipila.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me an opportunity to contribute and support the President's speech of the 20th of November. The President was a very optimistic speech that condensed his vision to take this country from a third world country to a first world, and I fully support his vision. There have been dissenting voices early on into the administration which have tried to silence the many positives done by this administration, but there are more positives, and we must learn to celebrate the progress that is done in our country, even as we highlight what we feel are areas that can be improved. Mr. Speaker, the people of Samburu North, who I represent, are optimistic about getting the first tarmac ever in our constituency. And the President was there to launch it early this month. And Mr. Speaker, for the first time, we are feeling included in the development space of this country. And that is a positive, Mr. Speaker, that must be celebrated. Mr. Speaker, my constituency is getting connected to the national grid for the very first time during this administration. Areas like Lesirikan, Nachola, Marti, Opiroi, Baawa are getting connected to electricity like the rest of this nation. And that's a positive, Mr. Speaker, that must be celebrated. Mr. Speaker, this administration has taken a different approach to tackling the enablers of banditry directly, while engaging the community as partners in fighting cattle rustling and on an equal footing. And that has greatly reduced instances of cattle rustling and reduced insecurity in many parts of northern Kenya. That is a positive that we must celebrate as a people of Kenya, and specifically as people of Samburu North. Mr. Speaker, SHA has been a great milestone under this administration. The SHA story has grown from pessimism to great acceptability across the nation. This is because people have seen firsthand the impact and the lives touched, even to far to reach areas of this country, like remote areas of Samburu North, feel included in the SHA success story. That is a positive, Mr. Speaker, that must be celebrated. Mr. Speaker, we're seeing milestone development infrastructure in Samburu North, like housing, modern markets, even institutional housing to our policemen and TVETs. Unlike the rest of this country, and as tax-paying citizens who have been paying taxes, but we see development going to select areas, we are feeling included. These are positives, Mr. Speaker, that must be celebrated. The livestock economy, Mr. Speaker, in terms of value addition, support to local pastoralists, and many other interventions to alleviate and mitigate losses during dry seasons are a very important area to the economy of northern Kenya. This is an area perhaps that the President should have mentioned a little bit more in his speech. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wish the President the very best as he steers the ship of this country through both calm and turbulent waters. Mr. Speaker, all these points that I've elucidated here are issues which the President touched on in his speech addressed to the nation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Kimayo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I must commend His Excellency the President for his State of the Nation speech last week. Mr. Speaker, his speech last week on the State of the Nation was well articulated. The state of our nation is one of a nation in transition. And His Excellency, Mr. President, Dr. William Samoei Ruto, puts it in a correct way that we are transitioning from, third world country to first world country. He is championing for our destiny. The President is championing for a prosperous Kenya. a Kenya that every Kenyan feels proud to be part of. Let me just mention some few things that through the leadership of His Excellency the President, we have achieved in the last few years. One is the issue of fiscal responsibility. We have a stable shilling at the moment. We have increased our dollar reserves. We have reduced inflation, just to mention a few. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, the bottom-up economic model, where we have the Hustler Fund, where it's not a must that you must, have a collateral to borrow for you to, empower yourself. So Hustler Fund has enabled the hustlers to borrow money from a source of government revenue. Again, through the Hustler Fund, the President ensured that millions of Kenyans who are blocked from accessing credit can now access credit. At the same time, there is the issue of affordable housing, Mr. Speaker, which His Excellency himself has said it's not about building houses, it's about creating jobs. It's about getting decent living for our Kenyans. And for that, we applaud the President. We have the transformation of the agricultural sector. For example, we have reduced the prices of fertilizer. Before His Excellency came to power, the price of fertilizer per bag was 7,000 shillings. Now it's 2,500 shillings. And it is taken all the way to the last mile, to where the farmer is. We've seen the reforms in the education sector. We've seen CBC, which the previous regime had challenges in implementing. His Excellency formed a task force, presidential task force, and we are now implementing CBC. We just saw the first cohort doing the exams before the transition to secondary school, to senior school next year. We've seen teachers employed, 76,000 of them. No regime has done this, apart from the regime of His Excellency President William Samoei Ruto. We come from agricultural areas, and we've seen the price of milk taken all the way from 20-something shillings.
It's administration.
It's administration.
When you say regime, the presumption is that there are other forces in place, like military coups.
The administration of His Excellency,
yes.
President William Samoei Ruto. Thank you.
We have had democracy that essentially was there from
Thank
the
you,
first time we got
Mr. Speaker.
independence.
We've seen the reforms in our healthcare system. SHA, which is now enabling Kenyans who cannot afford insurance so that they can take SHA for their medical care. We've seen this. There is a way you can pay for Lipa Pole Pole, even those who cannot afford. They can pay, through their mobile phones slowly, so that nobody is left behind. That is the ideal Kenya that His Excellency President William Samoei Ruto wants to see for all Kenyans. Last but not least, Mr. Speaker, His Excellency President William Samoei Ruto has now envisioned, first of all, where we will have modern highways, where we will have a digital super highway, where we will build mega dams, where we will have our infrastructure upgraded. Just to mention a few, the road from Nairobi to Rironi, all the way to Nakuru, all the way to Eldoret, all the way to Malaba, to our border. And it doesn't mean only the big highways. Even in our constituencies, we've had our colleagues saying, like my colleague from Samburu, he has mentioned the first time in his constituency they will have a tarmac road. It doesn't mean only in Samburu, even in my constituency. There is a road the president is building there. And just to mention one of the roads, there is a road in my sub-county headquarters, a place called Chepkorio. The road has been advertised. And my constituents are very happy with what is being done on the road sector.
Half a minute, just wrap it up, half a minute.
So I was saying, not only some parts of Kenya, but the president envisions that every part of Kenya will have something to smile about. And we thank His Excellency the President. So for us in this house, we need to support the president so that any laws that are brought here that will allow the president, that will allow this country to transition from third world country to first world country, we will support. Your Excellency the President, you have our support. We will support you. Those who have empty rhetoric, this is not a Kenya we want. We want a Kenya that all of us will have something to smile about. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members. The time being 7:05 p.m., this House stands adjourned until Thursday, the 27th of November, the year 2025 at 2:30 p.m.